Hello and welcome. So, we are back. It is Sunday, which is not our standard Tuesday to Thursday, but I figured why not? So we're having an extra stream. So, we're going to be continuing our sort of challenge slash variety leveling run. Now, we did run some stuff off stream, so we are up to level 7 now. And we're out of level 5 quests to run. So we're going to be doing a variety of level 6s that I don't usually run. So this means that we are excluding all of Feywild. We're also excluding everything in Three Barrel Cove. So what I have done is I did do the House K ones, even though I usually run those. So technically that's breaking the rules. But I didn't want to skip the House K favor, so it is what it is. We will be skipping Vaughn, of course, because that's just so popular. I can't really include that in a, say, less usual, less standard run. But I did do the House J 6s, so now we're going to do the House P 6s. And then we're going to head over to Dead Sea Scrolls. And after Dead Sea Scrolls, we're going to be doing the White Plume Mountain Other Tales stuff. So let's see. This is Trolls. And the other 6 is right by the inn. So, Cage Trolls. Now, I'm used to on a caster having way more buffs, but apparently at this point on Druid, there's not that many buffs. It's fine, we got the important ones. Having jump, as well as a way to be immune to magic missiles, those are the basics, so we have the basics covered. Now let's see if I remember the right route here. There's a ladder around here somewhere. I say as I see the ladder halfway through the sentence.
The trapped troll bellows at you with frustration and rage.
So,
he's clearly afraid of
that this quest can be a little harder if you're like newish is that some of the casters down there on the floor there will cast Sleet Storm. And if you are a new character, chances are that you do not have freedom of movement at level 6. Well, 6 to 8. You would normally be running this at like 8.
The angry hiss of escaping acid trickles off into silence.
But let's see, who does have freedom of movement at level 8? So you have bards will have song.
A single low-pitched bell chimes.
Actually, I take it back. I have level 4 spells as a druid, and that includes freedom of movement. So if you have freedom of movement on your spell list, you'll have it. But the thing that's unlikely is that you would have it permanently on gear. So if you have the spell, or if you're a bard and have the song, then it's really not so difficult to get. But if you don't fall into those categories, you might have a harder time. That said, not that hard of a time. So you can prioritize killing those guys first. That's one option. Or you could just kind of suffer through and hopefully make your saves so you don't fall over. But yeah, so Cage Trolls is pretty easy.
Cage clatters open.
You come in, you kill the Cage Trolls, and you're done. Now the only tricky thing is this optional. There's no chest at the end. The chest is at the beginning. So if you want loot from this quest, you have to run all the way back. Or Dimension Door. That said, we don't really care about the loot, so we're out. The interesting thing about doing this run, though, has been actually taking levels. And the reason that's odd is, you know, normally I'll end up holding levels. Like, I'm not going to take level 8 until I'm going to have a couple points or I'm getting close to fully capping. But as we've been skipping a lot of the highest experience quests, because obviously that is what you would normally be running, I've not been doing that. There's been no real call for it, because it's like, well, I'm not gonna be over leveled on anything, so I might as well just take the level. Why did I run down here again? Like, there is the optional to
a shrieking cry
kill
to the
enough of
gods
these
the
guys,
sovereign host pierces your
but
mind.
there's also a requirement to kill a certain number of elves. We'll see if I got the right number of everything at the end, and if not, well, that's just unfortunate for me.
Angry shouts fill the room as the elven missionaries rally to their chapel's defense.
Oh, they made the save against the stun. That's annoying. Ah. There we go. Now we've killed the necessary amount of elves.
Sweet incense hangs heavy in
Mind
the
you,
air.
there was an old, not very good anime series called Those Who Hunt Elves. Of course, this is not as bad as it sounds at first, because they're not actually hunting the elves. Like, they're not getting killed. There's some plot reason that essentially the magic spell that's going to be able to send them home was like the whole glyph, like magic circle thing, was a body tattoo thing, and something goes wrong, and it splits off to fly all over the world, and then there you have to go on a grand quest to retrieve all the pieces. Unfortunately, in what is very much in line with the humor at the time, this means that their main thing that they do is they run around to try to find these tattoos that could be anywhere on the body, stripping elves. Which is, of course, not great, but it's odd because I don't even think I saw the whole series, but one thing that sticks in my mind is there was at least one case where their reputation had preceded them, and they were deliberately approached by an elf who was seeking this out. Now, that might seem odd, or it might just be like, oh yeah, that they're doing a fan service thing, but in this particular case, this one was like, I've heard what you're doing, and I am suffering with this cursed armor that I cannot get off. And of course, she does have a piece of the tattoo, so they have to like try to break the curse on the armor. I have no idea how the rest of it went, because, as I said, it was a long time ago, and it's not exactly like something I've watched a whole bunch of times. I probably like saw some of it with friends or something. So we're headed into Dead Sea Scrolls. We don't normally do this one. If you're not familiar with it, Dead Sea Scrolls was kind of a pre-quest that was released before Dread.
This Foxpaw is building looks perfectly safe.
You don't actually have to do this puzzle
You
at
hear
all.
his voice from somewhere up above. Hey, you're here.
I don't
Great.
think.
Pull that lever, will you?
Which lever? Not this one. Okay, which lever does he want me to pull? I'll speak with him first. It says pull this lever. Peek with Foxpaw. Find the Devourer Shrine. Okay. Alright, so maybe we do have to solve the puzzle. I don't think we do, though. I'm pretty sure the puzzle's optional. You think you've only run this once? That would make sense. I could have sworn the way out was down below. Like that there is a... Ah, there it is. It's down here. And I pull the lever up here. There we go. Pull this lever. That opens this. Okay, that's how you go. So you don't have to do the puzzle. Excellent. So let's see. Start a fight. Oh no, they're attacking me. I'm being attacked. Anyway. Of course, I don't get any temp health off of it because they don't actually die. They're, as you saw, they were still lying on the floor at negative health. But, you know, for plot reasons, they're not actually dead. I do dare enter the Maw of the Devourer. Crest. I don't know for sure whether the crests are needed or if they're for an optional gate. We'll find out soon. Oh look, another crest. And another crest. I think it's only 3. Okay, there we go. There's our temp health. Okay. Alright, so this is a required one. Okay.
Alongside the Sahuagin bodies is a shrine with an empty alcove.
So you do need the
Conch of
things.
Secrets.
Wait, I just
is
spoke to
missing.
him.
Your Sahuagin guide jumps down from somewhere up above.
Ancestor, you're hurt!
He exclaims.
Who did this?
Okay, that's the visions of the past. Mildly dreadful pirates. Alright, nothing in here. I don't have that crest. Okay, nothing here. Drop more AoE, and up we go. Okay. Is this the right way? I don't know. But it's the way I'm taking so far. Say finding the very important pirate bodes well for it being the right way. Let's just kill this necromancer before he pops off. Okay. And we keep going. Okay, we were just there. Is there a crest up here that I missed? How about if I go further up? Okay, there is an invisible wall there. Okay, we can't go further up, so we'll go this way. Fear Reaper over there, but do we care that much? Rage Baron. Okay. This looks like you can walk through it, but you can't. Okay. We're just gonna keep wandering around until we find what we're looking for. Oh, I have red alert. At least there's no shortage of souls.
An explosion shakes the ground. It came from the direction of Foxpaw's workshop. What did he do now?
That's this way? It is this way. Why did the... I got stunned out of my cast? Or I failed a concentration check. That's unusual. Okay. So we need to go back through here.
There's no sign of Foxpaw inside the ruined laboratory. He seems to have been taken, along with the codex page. One of these is more important than the
Can't
other.
go any higher, I think. Okay, yeah, we can't go up. So we need to go down. Then we need to go this way, probably. Why? Everything ranged. Okay, the Soul of Cruelty Dot really is hurting quite a bit. Yeah, poison dots ticking for like 50, acids ticking for 30. In this supposedly level 6 quest. That's where I came in. Oh, there's the way out. It helps when you look at the minimap. And here we go. Last fight. Okay, and okay. Now we've got the boss. And it's easy enough. We put up our AoEs.
Foxpaw stares at the horizon. Look, that
There we go.
mysterious island. It's gone.
Retrieve the codex page. Retrieve the conch. Speak with Foxpaw. Speak with Foxpaw again. Alright. Nothing too special. It's just, it's not very good XP. It probably would be better if I knew my way around, but still not great. And now, to someplace, I was going to say a little trickier, but I think it's probably about the same level of trickiness. Which is the level 6 quests that are in the 12. I don't know if I'll be doing all of them, but at least some. Huh. Someone is actually doing them. Go figure. But we do want the flexibility to be able to, like, pause when we want to. So, you must be at least level 9 to use this entrance? Well, so much for taking that shortcut. Now, there is the other thing that we'd mentioned, which is using wilderness areas. And we can get to more now. Like, the Feywild and Dread have opened up, as has Sorrow Dusk. So we're probably going to hit Sorrow Dusk after the others. So, I'm going to come this way to the 12. E12 is your favorite shortcut? I don't think I have one of those. That returns you to the marketplace, doesn't it? Which is a pretty solid place to go. Another man's treasure. In we go. Fortunately, we have evasion.
The scavenger foreman says he's lost control of the Stormreach dump. Shinies are now so abundant that the workers have rebelled.
Two crests. Yep, third one's up here. Which event gave it? Anniversary? Alright, so moss patch for water breathing. You think it was 12th anniversary? Okay. Yeah, I must have just missed it. Yeah, this is one of those quests that on hardcore everyone just kind of stares at each other and is like, so who's gonna do the swim? Something's off about it though. Like, I could have sworn there were like currents that like pushed you around. Not just the lightning and the spikes, but stuff that messed with your ability to dodge them as well. Alright, so there was one place that had a current, And I got tagged by one set of lightning. There was a little bit of currents, and now there's like a headwind that I'm swimming into. Well, wind is not the correct term as it is underwater, but I could have sworn there was like a lot of like sideways things in some of those like rooms with spikes all over the place. But
the red crystal on the
all right,
wall. The red
maybe it broke.
barrier has been opened.
Or they changed it deliberately, but okay.
A warforge stands on an island surrounded by bubbling acid. Oddly enough, the
And
warforge
this is yet another place that
in its chest.
people on hardcore just kind of stare at each other and wait for someone else to do the thing. Because if someone talks to him while someone's on the bridge, well, the bridge disappears and drops you into the acid, which can very easily kill you if you're like a first life character. Ooh, remnant chest. Now, unfortunately, as I'm not a normal druid, I am Blightcaster, I can't do this next part the easy way. So we have to do it the hard way.
The walls shimmer softly, then fade into invisibility. The only thing left visible is the lever in the center of the room.
So the thing you can do if you have a pet is you can send your pet to pull the lever and it will simply use its AI to navigate the maze. The buttons release slimes from the middle, and you can kind of see the slimes, and if you watch them, you'll be able to see the route to take. Of course, I did not memorize the route from seeing that slime. So we're going to continue with our running into walls method. Okay.
Pulling the lever and the invisible maze dims the yellow crystal.
So it's a
which
little annoying, but not
must
too
open the
difficult.
yellow barrier.
Partially because it's not
The
timed,
final
there's nothing
crystal
attacking
goes
you.
dark, and the
You just have to
last
kind of
barrier
make your way
fades
through.
away. Now, to get to the bottom of this mystery.
And we get to go to the next section. Do we need a rest shrine? No, not at all.
Beyond the large doors is a disorganized but functional wizard's
So
workshop.
this section is fairly
Objects and
straightforward.
creatures are scattered around.
Like, these are-
transmuted into shining.
I was going to call them hints, but that's not really accurate. They are the answers to the riddles in the upcoming section. But I'm gonna try to trust my memory to get them, which might be a bad idea. And I somehow missed the lever when I was around on the side there, because there should be a lever. Oh, yep, here it is right in the middle. There we go. And the lever over here that we missed earlier, because we were not paying attention. There we go.
Three-dimension doors stand before a trio of glyphs on the wall. The glyphs represent locks that must be opened to reveal the
Okay,
way
let's
forward.
see. Easy enough. We're just going to first turn all these things such that we can't accidentally activate any of the reds. Can we turn the middle? We can turn the middle. Okay. We're going to turn the middle to this T-junction. Thought better of it. Go that way, and this way. And there we go.
Completing the tile puzzle opens the blue lock.
Light puzzles are, generally speaking, not too tricky.
Your body becomes heavy as you step into the room, as though some kind of magical force is keeping you down.
I forget which corner the lever I need to pull is in. I think it's that corner over there. Where am I trying to get to? Is it the middle again? I don't think it's the middle again. Because that's where we came in. Ah, there it is. Blends in a little.
The lever is pulled. The glowing sigil fades. The orange lock has been opened.
Okay, and now we can get out. So, we got a little turned around on that one, but not too bad. And this is the quiz one. It's known as the City of Towers. What is the reason behind this? Yes. Which member of the Sovereign Host is known as the patron of wealth and trade? Kolkaron. How many floors does the Tower of 12 have? This feels like a trick question. It was in fact a trick question. Well, I guess I can't really call it a trick question when the answers are right outside.
Answering the final riddle correctly has opened
So there's
the
no
purple
really
lock.
strong downside to getting the
three
answers wrong
arcane
here.
locks are now open. There's a deep rumble somewhere in
Like,
the complex as the passage
But what
to
if
the
what happens if I
madman
get it
in
wrong?
charge
Well,
opens.
some guys attack you and then you try again. That's not really that big a penalty when you're stronger than the guys.
The Renegade Transmuter casts a spell, causing the nearby Platinum Guardians to attack.
Stand our AoE as usual.
The Guardian falls to the floor with a heavy thud. The room rumbles ominously as the wizard begins chanting a new spell. You've thwarted the Transmuter's platinum plan, but the wizard now vows to destroy the entire city.
There we go.
There must be a way to stop him. Stormreach is safe
coalesced
again,
coinage
and
with
the
Mythic
mad
on it.
Transmuter
It's an
got a
incredibly
taste of his
good
own medicine.
Orb for early on. For any light caster. Particularly favored soul. Charisma, Insightful Radiance lore. There's not a lot of insightful lore, and 7% at level 5 or 6 is a lot. So it's an excellent favored soul orb. It's decent for other favor casters. Memory lapse. Yeah, we'll do memory lapse. Yeah, I think I actually already have one, but they are
You're
pretty well...
surprised to find yourself in what looks
Yeah,
like
you
a
do equip
vast
it until Charm.
library, though broken bookcases and scattered papers suggest something has gone very wrong. Perhaps Tara Fenwith can explain
Alright,
what's
find books
going
required
on.
for the speech.
You need to help Terence Hawksworth give his speech. Find books in his memory library that will help him deliver his
Okay,
address.
so we're going to skip
Whatever was in this
lot of the
room
books,
originally, it's now
because the more
dominated
books
by
we
a
skip
gigantic
that we
tree
know are wrong,
and an equally
the less likely we are to
gigantic
mess up
schoolteacher.
the final part. Ah, yes, the multiplication tables. Ooh, orange. We're gonna hit red. Well, here's a Plague Reaper, so we're gonna pause. Clear a couple guys.
You spot a boy lazing on one of the tree branches, completely unconcerned with what's going on below. You found one of the books for the speech.
Okay. That's one down, 3 to go. And did we actually kill these? No, we didn't. We got them now. And we're no longer in any alert, so that's nice for us.
Several figures bustle around this lofty reading room. Students or researchers, perhaps.
Cast those. Okay. Oh, that is a Fear Reaper. Come here. Come here. Here we go. That doesn't seem like the right book. I thought that this section, the right book was...
You found one of the books for the
Okay,
speech.
so that is the right one. For some reason I thought that this was the one, it was going to be a book on medicine, but that is the book on medicine, it's just not titled Book on Medicine. But it's the one from his like childhood friend where they were talking about how you can actually heal people with arcane magic, or potential ways that you could heal people with arcane magic.
Countless books and papers are crammed into every corner of the dimly lit stacks. It would take some effort to find any particular book in this labyrinth of learning.
There's something odd here. I think this is the optional section.
Something slumbers in the room up ahead.
Bookworm, rewild. I don't think there's any named in this chest, but... Okay. I should probably put Dismiss Rage on my bars at some point. This one might take us a little longer because you have to search for the right book, and it'll be on one of these. But I don't know if it's the one inside. Okay. It's the one inside here. Or if that's just a shortcut. I also don't know if it's on one of these ones with like the broken shards on it, or like specifically not on those. Alright, that's one. Here we are on 2 based on the floor markings. And here we're on 3. We're gonna have to search that table over there too. See, this is a quest that I could run much, much faster if I knew it, because I don't think that the spawn point is randomized. So I would know like which section the book is in. Right, so here we are in 4. Pick up the book.
You've found one of the books for the speech.
Excellent. And now we have to recast our buffs because it took us so long to search. And then we've got some platforming for the 4th and final book. Don't know why these suddenly popped out at me, but you know. Still, you gotta love the whole like journey to the center of the mind thing they got going on here, and then like one of the things you fight is a succubus that's name is Distracting Fantasy. Like, ah yes, that would kind of make sense. It's like, oh well, I'm trying to be a wizard, but I have these succubuses in my mind that are very distracting. It's like, yeah, I can see having succubi on the mind being pretty distracting.
What was once the library's core collection is now complete chaos. This is where Vaspar Danville's attack had its greatest effect.
And it's a crest over here. Just gonna let this stuff go. Excellent. We got our 2 crests. We're doing okay on spell points. And now we get to fly away on the book. I should probably switch over to my Featherfall Cloak. And now we have platforming time. I believe this is the shortcut in case we fall. Always nice to have a backup. I almost messed that up. So this is a problem that you can have sometimes, where you're trying to jump, but you accidentally like made the jump when you didn't think you'd made the jump. So what happens is you grab the ledge and then you hit spacebar to jump, and well, wouldn't you know it, spacebar is not only the jump button, but the unjump button, as in let go of the ledge button. So you're trying to jump and instead you fall down, which is not great. Come on, Tears and Doubt. There we go.
You've found one of the books for the speech.
Alright.
You've collected enough books to begin giving the speech.
The optionals, how much XP are those worth anyway? It'd be worth an extra 1,000, so I guess it's non-trivial, but it's not a lot. Do I have enough spell points? Probably.
Prompted by your actions inside his memory, Terrence Hawksworth clears his throat and
We
begins
open with a
to speak.
joke.
The audience chuckles happily at a well-worn but still entertaining joke. Vaspar Danville suddenly appears before you. Terrance's rival is determined to stop the wizard from delivering his speech. The guest of honor leans forward eagerly, caught up in Terrance's
Now we'll
tale of
definitely
his old
have
school
enough.
friend and their favorite subject. Terrance delivers a brief but enlightening summary of the fundamental principles of
There we
magic
go.
discovered
Yeah,
during
so-
his career.
Thanks to the collection of... Oh, hypnotism. But thanks to the souls that
The
were dropped.
renowned wizard explains the core idea of his speech, a bold but practical plan to use the arcane arts to better the lives of all.
Let's see, that was worth 45? So
You've
yeah,
driven the
we still would have
intruder
had like
out of the
30 spell
wizard's
points left
mind.
without those
No
souls.
longer affected
It's
by
fine.
Vaspar Danville's spell, Terrant is able to bring his speech to a
off we go.
rousing conclusion. The whole strange incident is now just another memory for his collection.
On the topic of coalesced coinage, the epic version is also a very good upgrade from the Sharn Orb.
You've arrived inside
And it's card level
Nimue's
21,
tower.
I think?
The wizard gives you a word. Nimue casts a spell to send you to the
So,
nearby village.
You can go from coalesced coinage at 6 to, what is it, Resplendent Fury is the Sharn Orb at 15. And then you go at
You
21,
appear near the
you go to
outskirts
epic
of a
coalesced
village,
coinage.
the place where Mortagon, the
So it all,
town,
like,
seems
works
to
out
be
pretty well.
recovering from a recent attack. Mortagon mutters.
Foolish kobolds. Couldn't fight them. We live in a cave nearby, though. Please make sure they don't defile the artifact.
Step 1 is kill enough kobolds to advance the quest. How different is 21 from Sharn? Pretty decent. One thing that it does have going for it is that it if you're a favored soul, it has your stat on it as well, because it does have charisma. Plus it's got, you know, higher spell power values and all that as well. Now that you ask, it makes me wonder about the exact details. So let's look it up.
The last of the kobolds falls, yet there's no time to relax. You hear the sounds of something huge echoing off the canyon walls.
Let's see. Alright, so yeah, it's level 21. It's got 10 charisma on it. And then it's 57 and 11. And Resplendent Fury is... Alright, so yeah, you have 10 more power, 2 more lore, and 10 charisma on it. Plus you get some general power from it being a higher level implement, and you get insightful to all of your charisma skills. So it's not a huge improvement, but it's nice. What you do lose is the Resplendent Fury temp spell points thing. So if you're having trouble with spell points, then obviously you might be better off sticking with Coalesce Coinage.
With the spider defeated, you look around to see where this gargantuan creature came from. You spot the entrance to a cavern up above.
I was like, I was trying to get behind the shrines, but that's not the way to go. There is no behind the shrines.
These gigantic tunnels extend further into the rock than you originally. Something is causing the creatures in the warren to grow to an enormous size. Perhaps the artifact is to blame.
Just eat a huge knockback? I did. Where's the... Oh, is this a door that's opened by killing things? It is a door opened by killing things. They're a little bit harder to group up and kill when they're all giant like that. And yeah, the temp spell points are pretty nice. Where are we going? This way seems like the right way. Ah, this one has a lever. But the lever is locked. Still locked. Alright, I guess we have to kill the Mephits? Come on, Mephits. Alright. Maybe now we can get through. Alright. So I need to basically stop trying to skip so much, because it's not helpful. In fact, it is slowing us down, which is unfortunate. There we go. Like, for some reason I thought that there were traps here. And there were, but they just managed to not hit me. Alright. There we go. not dealing with them in a very mana-efficient way, but, you know, it's no big deal.
Kobolds stand arrayed near the water to harass anyone who comes near. A strange,
This part I know you can
whistling
skip.
sound can be heard in the distance.
Ignoring, of course, the Reaper. The Reaper kind of puts a dent in those plans, but I know that you don't have to kill all of the archers all over the place in the middle of all these traps. You just have to get through. The Reaper will catch up to us shortly, probably. Probably. Where you at, Carnage Reaper? Well, okay, maybe he won't. Ever get to dodge rocks? Probably? No? I guess not yet. I swear there's a place in here that you need to dodge rocks. There it is. Like, the door isn't open. What are we going to do? And the answer is, well, we're gonna pull the lever to open it.
The sound of stone grinding on stone can be heard from
There's a rock. Another rock. More rocks. We managed to not get squished, which is always nice. And more rats. And a fury.
A series of unusually terrifying squeaks can be heard from up the
That
passageway.
seems like an optional. That is the way forward. So we will take the way forward. Could we shrine first? Yes. Will we? No. Because we're going to be stubborn. And because I think the only fight we have left is the end fight. Like, everything else before then is you're huge and everything runs away from you.
You can sense magic radiating from the artifact sits on a pedestal in the center of the chamber. The Kobold Shaman. You feel strange. As things start to go dark, you can just make out Mektek fleeing the room with the artifact.
Ah, that not go like I want. Me take this far away from you.
Okay. We are now huge.
Now that you're under the artifact's influence, creatures that were gigantic moments ago now seem less intimidating.
Okay, so we do have to fight stuff. It's just that it no longer has the bonuses of being oversized, because I am also oversized.
This broad passageway is now too small
You
for
missed
your
it. That was a
gigantic
narrow
body
passage
to
that we'd
fit.
gone through before,
You hear a door
but
closing in the distance.
no longer a problem.
An unusually deep kobold voice
Or rather,
shouts.
it's not a problem that we can't get through it now that we're big, because you can go off to the side.
These once deadly traps have little effect on your giant form. It's nothing more
Nothing more
than
than a bee sting is... feels like it's a bit of a... I won't say misnomer, but I feel like it might be downplaying it. Because I seem to recall bee stings hurting a lot. Like, they don't injure you, but they do have, like, poison in them that make it hurt more than just, like, getting poked by something sharp. So, I suppose in terms of the amount of damage that it deals to you is in, like, bodily harm, it's less, but it doesn't mean it doesn't hurt.
Mektek totters, dropping his prize as he falls. The artifact clatters to the ground. Nimue assures you that the effects of the
All right.
artifact will wear off soon. For a moment, you
17K,
imagine all the amazing
which
things
means we
you could
are
do as a giant.
an extra
And then
rank
you realize
into
you're stuck in
level
this
8. So we're gonna go
cave
take level
until
8
you
because
return
I
to
don't think
your
we're running any more
normal
5s.
size.
And I'm skipping this one because while it is one that I don't usually do, it's one that I actually dislike, not just one that I happen to not be getting to. Alright. So the other thing that we were going to do was Sorrow Dusk. And why Sorrow Dusk? Because we don't usually do Sorrow Dusk. And because it occupies a decent level spread. So we can do that one. And that'll get us through, well, the level 6s. As for level 7s, that I'm planning on doing, I know Taming the Flames is in there, because I usually don't do that one. And what else? I haven't actually looked at many of the others. I'm gonna level all these up. You can be a Thornkin now, but we don't want to at the moment. Alright, we're going to get Efficient Maximize. And this one. Because we get 1 to max caster levels, and Spike Growth doesn't get destroyed by fire anymore, which, for something like Taming the Flames, is important. But let's take a look at level 7s. Or other level 6s that we could hit. Oh, we can hit Bounty Hunter, that's in House D. We can head that way. And yeah. So this is Sorrow Dusk. These are all one. Oh, Promise of Fire. We can do Promise of Fire. No one does this one. So we'll actually walk around Searing Heights a little bit too. I'll check for a rare spawn or two while we're here.
This area was once a stage for entertainers before it fell into
Goodbye.
disrepair.
What spell levels is this at? Caster level 11, max 14. Okay, so there's some drow here. There's some more around here. And there is the Reliquary of Flame. So we're not going to be doing the optional. The optional takes a decent chunk of extra time. And it requires a lot of running around underneath.
The artifact that Lady Sarah James sent you to find is somewhere within this ancient Sulatar reliquary.
Okay.
She's warned you that
So,
the precious
it comes
item
here.
is well protected by traps and
The
threats.
Plague Reaper. We have to pull
An
these levers.
inscription on the tablet between the 2 empty sockets reads, "You must first walk the paths of the sword and of the scorpion."
So these
Do so,
levers
and the path of flame
open the gates
will
on
lead you
either
to the
side.
vault.
And then you have to
Above
go
the
through each of the
doorway this
gates
gate
and open a
is
separate
large
set of levers.
inscription that reads,
This
"The
one,
Volkrim traitors
this is
are
your
both
standard gauntlet of
numerous and
things.
dangerous. The only way to destroy their heresy is to do it in their homes."
You know, all the statues come to life. Kill them. And after they die, that gate should open.
The recent combat has caused a portion of this floor to crack, making it unstable. A bit of extra weight will cause it to collapse. The large Scorro statue suddenly jumps
right.
to life and
I was thinking of the
attacks.
other side.
The damage done to this Scorro statue should be enough to destroy it, yet it somehow remains standing. There must be another way to defeat it.
Yeah, the other way to defeat it is to bring it There. Okay. For some reason I thought that gate had to be open. Alright, so that's one crest. And the other side is the trapping side. So. This lever opens the gate on the side, gets the crest on this side. And just reflected on the other side. This lever opens this gate, which will give us the crest for that other slot.
The large inscription above the gateway reads,
And yes, the thing I jumped over
"Suatar must
is a
be
pit that has a
strong,
trap in it.
quick and careful. Unseen dangers await. Weaklings beware."
There's supposed to be rocks falling on me right now. There they are. Oh no, traps. So this is not the crest we need, but it is a crest we need. So the trick with this side is, with all these traps, there are 3 different crests. And those 3 crests will open the gate to the crest we actually want. Here. 3 crests for this crest. And we go back to the beginning. And there's going to be a
With
puzzle
both
that we
of
have
the
to solve
crests
here.
placed inside
Yep.
the sockets, the gate opposite
What did I
grinds
tell you?
open.
This is one of the ones that has these square spike pit traps. So, alright, so this is not like most of these. Because while yes, you do need to light these 2 at the end, that is not all that you need to do for these. So, in the next room, we can actually see it through this gate, I believe. You see how
Just
the floor
like
in
the
there
previous
is
2
red and
parts,
black
a
checkered?
large inscription
Just like
awaits
this
above
puzzle is red and
door.
black checkered?
It reads, "Walk
Every
within the
square
light, and you shall be saved. Stray from the path, and
on
doom
here
eternal awaits you."
is going to basically hurt us. So, if it's not lit up. So right now all of these squares will have traps turned off, and all of these will have traps turned on, and we will die. Well, we might die. We have evasion. But you notice that we can't go all the way down to this corner because, well, we can't. So we're going to switch this one because we wanted to get to one of these T-junctions. It's probably the wrong way to do it, but... we want to try to hit as many squares as possible. I believe we also need both sides solved, because that is how you pull the levers in the next room. And these need to get approached from different sides, because they have directs. Okay, so you'll see that almost everything is lit. So the only dangerous squares are the first one on the right, and then we've got one on the far right and 2 on the far left here, and the other 2 on the far side on the left. So we can safely walk across, and you can see where all the spikes would come out. Oh. I walked straight across this one, which is not disarmed. But we need to pull all 4 of these levers. Which is why we had to solve a lot of that puzzle. And because we have evasion,
The final crystal
I can show you again.
activates, and the
So,
gateway
you know how
grinds
these
open.
weren't solved?
The path beyond must lead to the vault.
I don't recommend attempting that if you don't have evasion and good saves.
The artifact that Lady Sarah James requested is up ahead, just beyond the
Hello.
flame barrier. But as you approach the treasure, another barrier roars to life behind you. A terrifying sound fills the chamber. The
These are
groans
immune
of the
to
undead.
cold, but at least there's some bludgeoning damage in here. failed my save against command. It's fine, though. Now we have a mummy.
The last of the Guardians crumbles to dust, and the flame barriers dissipate.
And
The only thing left to do is to grab the relic.
chest. Fanged necklace. Ooh. Druidic Survival Mastery. Very, very handy for if you are, well, a druid. So, while in Wild Shape, you receive a primal bonus to damage, which is a very rare thing to get to damage, of half the wilderness lore feats you have. And as a druid, you get 1 wilderness lore feat per level. So essentially, this is half of your level in damage. So, a decent neck if you're a druid at this level. And of course, we grab the eye.
With the Eye of Fernia retrieved,
11K.
you can now return to Lady Sarah
Not
James
terrible.
and fulfill your contract.
We could have gone faster, but I wanted to pay a little bit more attention to the trap and talk about it as we did it. So let's see, we have Sorrow Dusk, and we have... Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to recall, sir. Thank you. We've got Sorrow Dusk. Return to Delirious we're not going to bother with, because that's just another thing. Let's see. We're not going to do Glade Watch Outpost Defense. We're not going to do Devil Assault. We're not going to do Chronoscope. Ah, that's the other one. You're going to do Bounty Hunter. I knew there was another one. Bounty Hunter is in House D. And it is, in fact, in the House D Tavern. So while we're there, we can prepare more spells. Just in case anyone watching is just extremely bothered by the fact that I keep getting the warning pop up like, hey, you haven't prepared spells. You haven't prepared spells. Are you sure you wouldn't like to prepare spells now? So, yes, that is the thing that happens, and we will take care of it so that no one has to worry about it. Okay, what do we have? We have another level 4 and another level 3. We already have permanent freedom of movement. We grabbed Vigor. Acid Rain it is, I guess. Or if I just want more AoE, and then level 3s. Protection from energy is nice. Like Thorn Bloom is also nice if we wanted to go that route. We'll grab protection from energy. Put it up here with the other spells that are sometimes spells. Bounty Hunter. In we go. Now, this is another one that you often don't want to do without a trapper, but thanks to being in our hive form, we have evasion, so we don't care.
Cool. Earthy smells of dirt and fungus fill the air.
Go. So there are a couple optionals here.
Several passages leading.
I'm not going to bother with them. If you want to see all the optionals, and so I do not speak enough of that language to understand that, unfortunately. Like, it looks like Spanish, but not quite, so maybe Portuguese?
The opening on
Either
the
that or
other
my
side
Spanish is
awaits
just
you
worse than I
behind.
remembered.
But you must cross a series of
well,
platforms
so much for having
suspended over a
evasion.
narrow waterway.
Taking hits from traps. But yes, if you are watching on YouTube and all, I believe...
natural lighting of crystals and mushrooms.
Let's see, I'm trying to think if I actually have a video on this one. I know I have one for some. I don't know if I got to this level. I'll have to check. It's been a while since I've tried to continue that series and actually say, it's like, hey, here is literally everything in the quest. But I'm pretty sure I did this one specifically because it has all those traps. And it was when hardcore leaks were coming pretty frequently, so... Oh, I see, yes. No, not a photo. She is very much alive and we have a camera. And yes, Portuguese. I see. So, normally, I just very quickly click through these using the first option. However, in this case, the first option is a bad option. Because, like... Oh, I see that you killed the guy who was enslaving me. You're just gonna take everything, including me? It's like, and the first option is, yeah, yes, I will enslave you. And, yeah, that's not the option. We're gonna say she's free to go. If I recall correctly, if you say, yes, I will enslave you, she attacks you. She chooses, you know, freedom or death is her choice there. But yes. Welcome. Based on time of day, I'm guessing Brazil, or you're up very late in Portugal. But yes, like all the optionals, like there's one through there, there's one, as you can see, there's a route all the way up there as well, but none of those are required for the quest. They're just for some extra loot, potentially. So, excuse me, I would like you to fight me now. There we go. So actually, one of those side quests gives you the bad for you Brazil. So yeah, this is the chest that finishes the quest. To get through that big vault door and get a chest with actual loot, you need to do one of those optionals. I believe it's the one up top. Okay, so here we go. That's that one down. And another reason that we were doing this one is that it's very close to Stardust Island, which is our next stop. Which should take us up to level 9, and then we can figure out what 7s we're doing. Wait, no. We don't want to do the Blacklock. We want to talk to you. Alright, off we go. So, but yes, welcome from Brazil. I am based in the US, on the East Coast, thus my time zone. And, yeah. I believe Brazil is either in the same time zone or 1 hour ahead, if I recall correctly. Though it might depend on where you are in Brazil. I don't know if Brazil splits or not. I'm not that informed about different time zones. The only, like, weird one I know is that China, despite being a very, very large country, has 1 time zone across all of China, east to west. So, one part of the country, you get sundown at
the north waits
like
Buku, elder
7,
of the
and
Grey
one part
Moon
it's
tribe.
at 3. Just because it's a big country. But yeah, Sorrow Dusk is a little bit annoying, made not quite so annoying by having a mount, because there's a lot of running back and forth for the quest giver. Because you talk to the quest giver, you do this quest. You go back, you talk to him again, you come back to this same quest entrance. And repeat. 2 to here, 2 to the next one, 2 to the next one, 2 to the next one.
The mine is dank and filthy. Angry growls echo from its depths.
Oh, okay. You're actually... I was actually
You
pretty
hear
far off
faint
then.
Voices coming up from the hole.
You're actually 3
Through the
hours ahead.
door, you hear a rough voice.
Brag's gone.
So
The
I thought
ogre
it lined up
collapses.
more.
A key
Okay.
clatters to the
Well, I
floor.
learned something. So this part can be a little tricky, and as I'm becoming a bit of a broken record, and I guess it makes
You have the
sense,
sense of fathomless depths beneath you. To fall
but
into
I was
this
just thinking
chasm
that,
would be
you know,
certain
I've been saying a lot about how, and this is a part that people like are always nervous about on hardcore, and this is a part that people are nervous about on hardcore, and I guess the theme of these quests that I don't run very much have
You see
enough
movement in one of the
danger in
cells
them that
ahead.
people are worried
Maybe
on hardcore.
Achka.
So that, I guess that carries over, at least
Achka
somewhat,
runs out of his cell and
to just normal
disappears down
leveling,
the
and
hall.
that they are trickier quests that just don't get run as much. The risk-reward is not quite there. Yes, that is the first one down. And then we'll be coming right back here for the next one, after we go and, of course, talk to our quest giver again.
The lift here leads down to a long abandoned mine. It is now home to ogres.
Oh look, they're going to smash my
By the
bones.
wretched
I'm not
smell,
too
these
concerned
ogres
about
must
the
have
random
recently
wilderness
dined
mobs.
on the flesh of fallen adventurers. In the
So
hollow
yes,
to the
this is
north
the pattern.
waits Ruku, elder
Talk to him
of the Grey
again.
Moon tribe.
This is just how all of Sorrow Dust goes. He's like, hey, go here and do the thing. And then you go back to him and he's like, you didn't finish. There's more to be done there. Go do it again, but better. So you do. And then that is how like every quest in Sorrow Dust goes. Or at least for the first half, as far as plot goes. As far as like the actual pattern of talk to quest giver and go back to the same quest entrance, like that's true the whole time. But the explanation of you're not done
Burn
yet
is greater than before.
is
Ogres are ready for you
more
this
of the first half thing. In the second half, it's more giving you a new task to do in the same place. I always forget if I need to do this. I don't think I need to, but... Any extra key here? No? Okay. No extra key. Go. And off we go. I'm surprised I didn't take damage there, because I'm pretty sure evasion doesn't help against those traps. Like, I'm pretty sure you still take damage on
This
making a
door
reflex
stands
save,
open.
even if you have
It
evasion.
doesn't take a Kalashtar to sense that the ogres want you to go in.
I think that I don't need to go to the sides. And if I'm wrong, well, we're gonna have to unfortunately backtrack.
The air shimmers with heat.
I'm pretty sure I
shivering
can
in
just
this
go up
chamber.
the ladder and
You
kill the
hear
dude at the top
shuffling
to get
from
the
the
key.
ledges above.
I am liking that Splinter Bolt is actually hitting for decent damage now. That was the wrong
The
button,
sound
but
of
it works.
faint, brutish laughter comes from beyond the
It is
locked
very
door.
handy to have the guy with the key right here by the door. But I suppose that makes sense for
Lord
a couple
Groost
reasons.
glowers at you from his throne in the room, a roar of rage. The
It's like,
reek
what's that?
Groost
The dude
crashes
with the
to
key to the
floor.
door
His brief
is standing
reign
guard
ended
outside the
in
door.
blood.
Makes a certain amount of sense.
The trolls are dead, but their
Of course, it also makes a certain amount of not sense that maybe you should have a guy guarding the door and then someone somewhere else has the key so that you can't just have a single point of failure. It's like, well, if they can get by the guard, well, they've got the key, so
The lift here leads
it's kind of
down
redundant
to a
and not
long
very
abandoned
useful to have the
mine.
guard have the key.
It is now home to ogres.
It's like, you might as well just have the guard at that point.
by the wretched smell.
Because if they can beat the guard, they can get the key. As opposed to the other way around, where it's like, if you had it unguarded, but locked, well, then they need to either pick it, which is totally doable, or they need to go find the key. But they can't just, like, beat up one dude and get in whether it's locked or not. So yeah, we're going to be going to slightly higher level quests, which is a running theme of this more varied leveling run. Is that because we're skipping a lot of the highest experience quests, we sometimes end up having to run stuff a little over our level, which is not a problem.
Lies the entrance to the caves
for a couple reasons. One, this character has a lot of past lives. Two, it's Blightcaster, which is a very strong class for heroic leveling. And three, in that a lot of these quests that we're doing are older quests. And older quests are generally tuned easier. Okay. So I know I have to slay all of the trolls. The thing is, I don't remember if there are trolls in these side rooms or not. Yes, see, there is one. I'm glad I checked them, because having to backtrack to get that one dude in here would have been really annoying.
You hear heavy breathing and guttural laughter.
So we're going to be checking all the side passages, even though I'm pretty sure this one is just slimes. Puddings. Close enough. And I think at the other end is a giant? Question mark? Oh, no, it is trolls. Good, so this is a necessary room. And up we go.
Your eyes begin to water.
Now this one I know you don't need to do side stuff, because one of those places is a locked room and the other is the shrine room.
You hear growling and the slap of leathery feet against stone. Hammerfist, the troll chieftain, squints at you through the gloom.
Alright, how many more do I need? 2 more?
With a bellow of mindless rage, Hammerfist...
Go. We still need to kill the dudes up top. And I think this is the one where the dudes up top don't even show up until you cross the bridge. Yes, that bridge with all of the traps on it. So, yeah, there's no... Yeah, there aren't any levers to open the doors, so we're going to do this number, put on our Feather Falling. Yep, and now we get ambushed. Yep, still hurts a lot, even with a lot of past lives and health.
Hammerfist trolls has been slain.
Okay. Now there is a lot of... Now, despite these not usually getting run, the experience isn't actually that bad. You saw that the quest only took 3 minutes and it's 7k. The problem with Sorrow Dusk, as far as we'll call it experience efficiency, is this part. The constant running back and forth. Now, it's not so bad compared to some quests, but we'll say even a quest with a lot of wilderness, like Feywild or Dread, most of the quests are going to be pretty close to each other, because everyone's just going to basically run a circuit that's clockwise or counterclockwise or whatnot.
To the north waits Bruku, elder of the Grey Moon tribe.
So some of those runs are going to be longer than this back and forth, but a lot of them are going to be shorter. That said, at some point you just get to really splitting hairs as to, it's like, well, this is more efficient. No, this is more efficient. And some of that might be true, but there's only so many, like, seconds worth of optimization I'm willing to take. Like, if I wanted to be fully optimal, I would have planned out exactly which quests I would run, knowing how much XP I would get from them, instead of, say, knowing generally which quests I want to run, but maybe switching it up
Bruku was right.
for certain things. Like if I see a group for a quest I wouldn't usually run, well, groups are almost always better than running solo. So that's usually better, even if, say, that quest is technically less efficient. Maybe running it in a group means that'll counteract that, we'll say, problem. And groups, or at least groups that are going well, tend to stick together. So maybe they'll be moving on to the quest that you were going to be running later. So you come out ahead there too. And there's the social aspect as well. Maybe it's just more fun to run with other people. Maybe meet people. Now, I'm not particularly good at that last bit, but it is a theoretical benefit at the very least. Alright, now we need to go up here.
You'll have to search for a way to lower the drawbridge. The chasm is too wide to jump.
What just hit me with a vulnerable? Ah, okay. It's a champion. It's like, getting a debuff like that without taking damage is like, what hit me in order to apply the debuff if I didn't take damage? And the answer is, something tried to cast Curse on me, but it did not work. Because I made my saving throw. Fortunately, the bridge is now down, and we can proceed.
Ogrish runes were carved into the wall here, but have been scratched into illegibility by troll claws. Your party has reached the deepest part of the Grey Moon Den. A sneer of hatred frozen on his face.
And there we go.
Goes to his
once again,
gods.
you know, is it a lot of XP? No, 6k, but it took just over 2 minutes, so it's not bad.
To the south lies the entrance to the caves of the Grey Moon Ogre clan, driven out by trolls.
Alright, so this is what is, I think, just informally called like the first half of Sorrow Dusk, or the lower half or something, is these first 4 quests, because these are the quests in the lower down part, before you have to go to the caves and up top to the mesa. And I don't know exactly how far in the chain we're going to go, because the first 2 we did are level 6s. The ones we just did just now
the Grey Moon tribe
are level 7s. And this next set that we're going to are level 8s. So we are pretty much not going to... Well, we're going to be on level, in theory, but not actually on level. We will be on level for the base level, but we're running on Reaper, which is 2 above base level. So it's not the same. That said, I have no concerns about being able to run these quests 2 under. They're just not that tricky. Did I make a wrong turn? I did not. Okay. So yeah, in order to get to the upper part, you need to go through
leading to
here.
the top of the hill, where a
which I
ruined
believe you can still
temple
mount in.
lies.
Yes,
stench
even though it's
controls
kind of
the
an
wax
indoor
from
cave, it still
within.
counts as outside, so you can still mount up. And there are trolls in here. Oh no, I'm gonna be attacked by trolls. Well, okay. It is oh no when they dismount me. And by oh no, I mean it is slightly annoying.
The tunnel to the north leads back down to the bottom of the hill.
So the other thing is that despite us not having to return to that quest NPC down there, he didn't send us to the NPC up here. He sent us to the quest here that we then turn into a different NPC, which is a little unusual. That it's a different person who gives you the quest than who you turn into. But it's just how that goes sometimes.
The rough cavern walls give way to fitted stone. Cries of pain and grave, chanting voices break the silence.
Okay. So this one's got a lot of running.
A bedraggled ogre stares at you from the cell to the north. He has been beaten and whipped, but his eyes still burn. More grunts and pained yelps.
See if we can
disturb
open the door.
dawn,
Oh no, we got
followed by
casted
cruel
on fire at us. And dispelling us. Very rude of you, excuse you. I can't believe this.
Dried blood and slivers of gnawed
And we're not going to
bone
do the
make
optional in
trail
here
that
either.
stops
It requires
abruptly
just
at the
searching
east
a lot of things.
A few tiny globs of
And I don't
something
feel like doing it,
black and
so I won't.
furry cling to the floor
Also,
near
it's
the
not
wall.
worth very much
They
XP.
give off a faint, meaty smell. The jailer drops a key. You now have the
Got
key
jailer's
to the
key.
ogre's cells. The battered ogre shoves out of his cell and flees to safety.
And unlike the others,
Now to help his fellows.
this one, you can just spam the first dialogue option. Instead of having to carefully pick the,
Grating
no, I
voices
won't enslave
rise
you like the
faintly,
people I just
seeming to
saved you
come
from.
up out of nowhere.
So, that's nice. Pop that. Now I have to put buffs back on. Very rude of them to dispel buffs.
Something with sharp, ragged claws has scratched the floor near the north wall here.
That's right, I didn't need to head this way at all, because there are no cages in this corner. I could have just backtracked instead. Oh well.
Behind the wall to the west, you hear voices murmuring dark orisons to the shadow.
Unusual amount of Reapers in this one. Because number of Reaper spawns scale with number of mobs. And this quest has very few mobs, and the pack sizes are pretty small too. So yeah, we unlock these two. And then we get the one that we saw when we first came in, and then we get the two that we passed by on our way to getting the key. So, it's not too bad. But I should have backtracked instead of going to the northwest corner. Oh, very nice. I had enough resist that the tick didn't interrupt me. Oh, a Fear Reaper. Excuse me. You are in the way of me killing the Fear Reaper. Stop trying to do the door. There we go. Alright. Now we just need to go and let these two guys out, and we should be good to go. I suppose it makes sense that I'm getting hit a little more, since I am under level.
The ogre slaves have all been freed. The
Alright,
cult
that's
of
another
the
rank.
Six no longer has any hold over Grey Moon.
2 more until we could take level 9. And if we can take level 9, I think we will, because I think we've done all the level 6s that we're willing to do. Because we did hit Promise of Fire, we hit Bounty Hunter, we got the level 6s in Sorrow Dusk. We are skipping Three Barrel Cove, we're skipping Feywild. We did the 6s in House P, we did the 6s in House J, we did the 5s and 6s in House K, and there's not a lot of other 6s around. Bloody Crypt we didn't flag for. Chronoscope, I'm not going to solo the raid, and I'm not going to spend the time to try to get people together. Devil Assault is 2 things going against Devil Assault. 1, it has the weird level thing, where instead of normal is level 6, hard is level 7, elite is level 8, it's normal is level 6, hard is level 9, elite is level 12. But it gives... I think it gives... No, that's not what it is. It was the lockout in hardcore that treated it as full level. Where, like hardcore, you can't get in unless you're within a certain number of levels of the base level. Well, that makes it trickier.
The voice rising from the darkness grows clearer.
You will not have the book. Turn back
Again,
and leave Sorrow
the
Dust
abundance of
forever.
Reapers. This is totally unnecessary. Just kill people to heal. That's just what
Again,
we'll
the
do.
voice calls from the gloom.
Just get temp health from the kills so that we
To
can
the
ignore the
fade.
damage we're
You
taking
are
from the guys
doomed.
behind us.
Go back and leave Sorrow Dust to the faithful.
Hopefully that kills more. Alright, it didn't kill them like I hoped, but
You
it'll be
are
fine.
persistent, growls the disembodied voice. It will be your undoing. The Libram of the Six will not leave.
The voice booms, crackling with hate as you pass through the once barred gate. From the midst of the fane, a ghostly form glares down at you. This is Talaris, one of the cult's ancient priests of the Dark Six. As the final
Excuse me?
protector of the Libram of the
Alright.
Six falls, the barrier surrounding it dissipates.
Easy, grab the book,
Libram of the Six is yours.
and we're out. 9,000. Barely over 2 minutes. So Sardusk is, compared to a lot of stuff in this run, very efficient.
This mausoleum was recently excavated and converted into an outpost of the Temple of the Six.
How many points do I have here? 2. I'm debating whether or not I should turn maximize on for Acid Ball.
Battered and scarred Ogre Chieftain watches you from among the ruins.
Because as far as Acid spell power goes, I have what, 150? Almost 200. So that's triple damage, and be moving from triple to 4.5. So by moving a spell point cost from 14
The jungle struggles
to,
to
we'll
claim
say,
this corridor that obscures
plus
the
22,
gargoyle ambush.
36.
A
From
foul
14 to 36,
miasma
I would
shrouds
increase the
these
damage
ruins.
50%.
The Temple of the
Which
Six
is
lies
probably not
dormant
worth
no
it.
more.
Because
The
it's
way
over
out is
double the
shut and
cost.
will not open again.
So
Must find another exit
even
when
if
your
it changes
task is
it
done.
from being 2-shot to being 1-shot, it's not worth it. So let's see, I don't think I need to go down there. I think I just need to go straight ahead. Oh. There we go. Psych. Oh, that's what it is. Just thinking, it's like, man, that Reaper took forever to kill. The problem is, I hit the next tier of Reapers. That's right, Reapers have tiers.
All joy, you have found the main worship hall.
And
now you must destroy all the altars of the Dark Six.
One of
You
the
have
things
broken
about
one
them
of the altars of the Dark
is
Six.
that when they go up a tier,
remain.
they get a lot
The outer
beefier.
temple.
And I mean,
They
like,
must all be
significantly so.
smashed.
So, the first tier break that we're talking about here is level 10. And this is a base level 9 quest. So the adventure is level 11, Reapers are a higher tier, which makes them way harder to kill, way more deadly. Actually, I don't know, like, the part that comes to mind most for me is that they have a lot more health. I don't actually know if they get a lot of other stuff as well. I have forgotten. But even if they hit for the same amount of damage, having that much more health does make them more deadly. Because the longer it takes you to kill them, the more times they get to swing at you. Or if it's a Fear Reaper, the more stacks of the dot it can put on you, and so on and so forth. So, same DPS for twice as many S is twice as many Ds. Let's see.
As the last
I
altar
missed
rumbles
this
to
like the
dust,
first time I did it.
wave of
I was
light
like wandering
buffets
around
the
trying to
temple.
find my way out. It's this lever right here.
The power of the Dark Six is lessened here.
That's the lever you need to pull to get out. It's right there. But it's easy to miss and overlook.
You have found the side exit
Yeah.
of the temple. You can
10K,
escape now.
3 minutes.
A foul miasma shrouds these ruins.
So we're gonna see if we can finish it,
Lies dormant
despite being very under level. I don't think we're gonna get hit with like level difference penalties, but we'll find out. Because we were 3 under on that one, and we'll be 3 under on the next one as well. We'll see if 4 under is where the cutoff is. I know 4 is what the cutoff is for level difference within a party when you start getting penalized for...
A battered and
I believe that was
scarred
actually
Ogre
called the
chieftain
power
watches
leveling
you from among
penalty.
the ruins.
They might have a different name for it, but it's essentially if the range of levels in your party is too wide, the lower level person starts getting penalized. And I think at 4 wide, it's not that big, but it becomes much bigger as you go. I do not remember the actual numbers though. So now we come in from the back door.
The wrath that abated with
And
the
we'll
altar's
put on buffs
destruction
even though we know that we're
returns
just going to
threefold.
get dispelled.
You feel as if you might
It's just
drown
what they
in
do.
fury.
Okay, so we need to solve puzzles. We need to kill people who are
These
trying to
runes
stop
have
us from
some
solving
arcane
puzzles.
significance. Perhaps connecting them with the tiles will achieve some purpose.
There we go. Is this the optimal way to solve that puzzle? I don't know. But it is... It's not solved. One more on here. There we go. And then... I believe we have to turn right up here. Oh no, I've been shaken. Nick's still gonna stir me. And then I'll have to get sent back because they didn't follow the very explicit directions. Guess what? Fire doesn't destroy my stuff anymore. Pop. Okay. I think it's just the two to open the door. So off we go to the next section. At least when we're going into all these higher level quests, we get more mana back from the souls. We're at 60 per now, which is nice. Okay, we're just going to put up fire resist, just to make things simpler for us. There we go, 31 fire resist. Is it going to save us from a giant blast? No. But it will save us from other things. Ooh, a lever. And by other things, I mean what we got hit by, which was, I think, Searing Ray. Which is something that shoots multiple rays. And having flat reduction on something that hits you multiple times is very, very nice. Alright. The annoyingly healthy Reaper is dead. And let's see.
Vendisto, prelate of the Six, sneers at you from atop the dais.
Why must you flame strike me?
Prelate Vendisto perishes, blood and vile oaths spilling from his lips.
There we go. Another lever. I think that's all we need to do. Because there's more in the room behind him, but I think it's just a chest with loot that I don't care about. And we're just going to try to get out of here. Leave behind some damage in case I get chased.
You have found the way to the inner temple,
There we go.
but the way is shut and barred by impassable gates. You
I
can
forget
go
that you
no
can't
further at
actually
this
use
time.
that yet until you accept the next quest. Okay. Got the methods, and we're out. And now we are to the last two. Which will, of course, be higher level, and can be a little tricky.
A foul
I
miasma
don't think
shrouds these
they're
ruins.
acid immune,
The temple of
but there
the
are a
Six
decent number of
lies
flesh
dormant
renders,
in
and
the
I'm
moor.
pretty confident that they are acid resistant. So we're
The
just going to have to
jungle
get by with our
struggles
pierce
to claim
damage,
this corridor that
which is not too
obscures
bad. I
the
mean, we've got
dark
Splinter
order.
Bolt and our Spike Growth, which will both help out a lot with that. We will also need to remember to put on our fire resist, because there's a lot of mephits and a lot of fire damage incoming. And maybe cold resist as well?
A battered and
Pretty sure there's
scarred
cold
ogre
coming from
chieftain
traps.
watches you from among the ruins.
But we will find out more about what exactly is going to happen to us when the time comes. So I think the first one, we don't go forward, we only go to the sides. Yeah, we'll check the quest objectives once we're inside. Right. normal buffs,
Stifling
Plus,
heat bakes the walls of the inner
fire,
temple.
and why not
It
a
is true
protection
that
from energy
the
fire
fires
as well.
of Fernia itself must blaze within.
We'll head right first, sure. Probably one. It's a shorter path. Alright. Blade traps. Ooh.
One of the summoning
Me for
braziers
a lot.
lies ahead, ablaze with crimson flame. We must smash it to extinguish the fire. The first summoning fire is
Okay.
smashed, closing its
Smash.
gate to Fernia.
See if we can get by
There
here.
is still much work to do.
Hey, we got by without taking a hit. That's very nice. Alright, so that's a dart trap. Dart traps don't hit very hard. And I believe this side is the side with the ice trap. So we're just going to do this number. Nope, it's
Beyond
fire.
the green guardians, the caves
We took a
swamp
bunch
to
of
an
fire damage.
unholy power.
It's fine.
The ground beneath you rumbles.
We'll run over here. We drop spikes. We drop cold. And we just sit here and eventually stab it with that. Okay. Go up a little bit more in its personal space. That is trapped. We're gonna kill that dude anyway. Left at 3 health. Whack. We hit him for exactly 3. Now that's efficiency. That's inefficiency. Looks like we have an ad break coming up on
The air
Twitch
here reeks of
in the next like 30
burning
seconds or
stone
so.
amongst the
So we're gonna
pool of
finish this
lava of
before
sun.
the ad break starts. And then, by the time we go back to the quest
last
giver
of
and
the
get back to
summoning
the quest
fires is destroyed.
and get all
You
our
have
buffs up
stopped
and
the
stuff,
plague of methods
we should be back from
before it
ads
could
as well.
overrun
So I'm gonna
Sarados.
click the ad button now, so hopefully all y'all on Twitch will be back in time for the next quest. Now YouTube doesn't run ads the same way as Twitch, so I don't know exactly how their ads work
Foul miasma
for
shrouds
mid-rolls,
these
but
ruins.
suffice to say,
The
if you are watching on
lies
YouTube,
dormant no more.
you don't get the ad that I just ran on Twitch. And the reason that we run ads on Twitch, for anyone who is
The
on Twitch
jungle
but didn't get served an
struggles to
ad,
claim
or
this
watching on
corridor
YouTube,
that
is
obscures
that
the gargoyle ambush.
the way Twitch runs ads, it incentivizes you, we'll say, to run ads. Which I know doesn't explain anything. The incentive that it offers
A
is it says,
battered and
hey,
scarred ogre chieftain watches you
we
from
want to
among
run
the
ads.
ruins.
In fact, if anyone clicks on your stream, we're going to give them an ad. But if you don't want the first thing someone sees when they click on your stream to be an ad, well, you can manually run at least 3 minutes of ads per hour, and we won't auto run ads as soon as people click on your stream. So the term for these are pre-roll ads, because they roll at the beginning, and they're just a really bad user experience. No one likes pre-roll ads. I know I don't. Like, if I'm just browsing around, like, none of the people I follow are on, or maybe they're on, but they're doing something I'm not interested in. Well, I know that I will like click around, try to see what's going on places, but if I click on someone's stream and I see 3 minutes of ads pop up, I'm not waiting 3 minutes to see if the person I randomly clicked on is good or not. I'll wander off somewhere else. So, welcome back from the ads. We have entered the quest and put up our buffs.
A deep and sonorous thrumming sounds from the
So you're back just in time for us to start running the quest.
Ritual has begun.
Okay, it looks like we do
The
not
door to the
have
inner
any
chapel
penalties.
stands open. You sense that the bishop is taunting you.
For running it. Okay. Red, green, blue, yellow. Lines, doggy, F dot. We'll see if I remember all of that.
The idol of the Fury looms before you, a wide.
That means yellow is dot.
Bishop Zasha Off circles it behind the magical barrier, lost in prayer.
3, 4. Lines, doggy, F dot. So red is lines. This is F, which is what I call this symbol that kind of looks like an F. And green is the one I referred to as doggy, because if you look at the round parts as being heads, doggy style, of course. And I got it wrong. Let us re-review it. Red, green, blue, yellow. So it's RGB, yellow. And it starts here and then goes left, right, left. Oh, it doesn't go all the way. Okay, so yellow needs to be N, not dot. I swung too far to the side on my pattern. Huh, very convenient. Off by 1.
Bishop Zasha Off, a foul mix of drop Zasha Off, completes his prayer with his dying breath. Heat ripples with a roar like a forest fire. Azapul falls to you,
Alright,
returning to the fires of Fernia.
great success.
Cult of the Six is thwarted at last.
11k, 4 minutes. And that's all of Sorrow Dust. It did not take us all the way to level 11, but we got a good chunk of it. And now we get to look at and check if there are any 6s we missed. And if we didn't miss any, then we're going to go to 7s. And I know Taming the Flames is on there. And I know that we're skipping Dread.
6 lies dormant.
And Temple of Elemental Evil used to be 7, now it is 8. But I also usually run Temple of Elemental Evil, so we're not going to be doing that this life.
That obscures the gargoyle ambush.
And we run House D pretty regularly. The Sentinels chain is level 7. Run that not all the time, but often enough that I'd probably want to leave it out.
A battered and scarred ogre chieftain watches you from among the ruins.
Alright, what do we want? Snowstorm. It's 1d4? I think most are 1d2. Let's grab it. I'm pretty sure I already have one, though. Alright. Time to find level 7s. After we recall, that is. Okay, so let's see. All these Gatekeepers ones, those are Dread. Oh, I'm not going to do Tugly Wood. It's annoying. Actually, I almost never do Tear. We can do Tear of Dakan. But the rest of these are... Alright, so we have Tear and Taming the Flames. Scoundrel's Run. Oh, that's Three Barrel Cove. We're skipping Three Barrel Cove. I'm skipping the Pit. I'm not doing it. One damn thing after another. Again, no, I'm not running it. I ran that and Tugly Wood once just to like see what was there, and I did not like what was there, so I'm not going to do it. Gwylan Stand we can run. Grave Robber we can run. Like this is stuff that I've run a lot in the past, but haven't run in quite some time. And then of course we have more Dread, we have more Sentinel's Chain. Okay, so we really only have like 4 level 7s. We've got Grave Robber, Gwylan Stand, we've got Taming the Flames, and Tear of Dakan. Let's just sell stuff in our bags and head out. Fortunately, we don't have a whole lot in our bags because we skipped most of the chests. Shadowstar, 2d6. Or 2d3. That's way better than 1d4. Right, I'm gonna go back to Stormreach. Okay, so Gwylan Stand is in House P? Taming the Flames is in K, and we already have it in our quest log, so we'll go there first. House K. So we have Gwylans, we have Taming the Flames, we have Tear of Dakan, which is in J? No, that's P. That's P. Right. So this time we are definitely putting on Resist Fire. We'll put on Protection from Fire, but it's probably a moot point. Like, it's gonna get stripped off us so fast.
By searing heat. It's hard to breathe down here. You hear a faint call for
Go
help
this way
coming
first.
from the cave to the northeast.
Because we need the key from here, and then we need to talk to the guy, and then we need to kill the guy, and then we need to talk to the guy again. Different guys, of course. We're not talking to dead guys. Not in this quest, at least. Like Velma. Some, like, supposed monster. She's like, you stop that!
You notice that exposure to nearby flames
Evasion is super
seems to
handy
add
here.
fuel to the summoned elemental
No, that is
spark.
too high to jump back up. You know what? We're not going to do the optional. It's just not worth baiting out and fighting so many fire elementals. We're just going to be very thankful that we have evasion so that most of this stuff can't hurt us at all in the first place. Unfortunately, they are also making their reflex saves, which makes it more difficult for me, but we're getting by. So this is a quest where you can't fully trust the quest log, or at least not if you want to do it quickly, because the quest log, of course, says, go find the dude. But if you go to the dude first, what'll happen is, it'll say, oh, I need you to go get that key for me, the key that we just got. So, we were able to do that preemptively, which helped. Thankfully, these fire elementals don't move, so I can drop spike growth on them, and they'll just die for me, which is very convenient.
Impassable
Do need to kill these methods to open the way forward.
They seem to be tied to the method's presence.
Spending a lot of spell points so far. Alright, do I make my reflex saves? Maybe? The key we got opens this, which is where we need to get to kill those. And we need to kill those in order to talk to the guy. And we won't be able to fight the bad guy until after we talk to the guy.
From this room, Master Fulvio seems to
Now
be
we get to go
regaining his power.
all the way back to the beginning. Or at least back to that central chamber. And yep, just making my saves, ignoring all the fire. So this is why that both I and I think a lot of people skip this quest, is there's a lot of incoming damage in this quest. Unless you have evasion, in which case there's not as much. So, thankfully for this life, where we're doing stuff that we wouldn't normally,
Are starting to you hear stone grinding against stone.
You have evasion.
There's a massive portal.
very convenient. Especially for things like that.
Noise echoes
We can open the door even when they're shooting at us.
The second portal yields.
Incredibly handy.
Hear a cry of
Pull the
surprise
thing.
deeper in the cavern as the
Hit this
portal
button.
grinds.
Get body blocked. Miss everything. 8 life. Kill stuff anyway. There we go. And our shift wore off. Stone guard, so we resist a lot of stuff. This is fine. It's very nice that I got that second core that makes it so my ground AoEs don't get destroyed by fire. Otherwise, this would be very frustrating. It's kind of odd that they put that in the Season's Herald's tree instead of in the tree that actually uses it, but I guess they want people to use both trees. So it makes sense in that way. Let's see, how many more do we need to kill things? Wait, we only need one more? Oh no, I need 35 more Earth Elementals. Or 35 more Fire Elementals. I only need 4 more Earth Elementals. And a couple more methods. Okay, so we're not going to get the Fire Elemental optional, but we are going to get the other optional. So that's why we're going to turn left up here. Because there is actually a required number of you must kill this many guys in order to complete the quest too, so you can't just run by everything. I'm just choosing that instead of farming fire elementals to hit that threshold, we'll go this way and get the mephits and get the earth elementals on the way.
Great flame walls crackle into existence as nearby fire methods notice your arrival.
There we go. We need one more mephit and one more earth elemental. Go. A little bit of XP there. More mephits. A little bit of XP there. And there we go. We're good to go. And we can take level 9, should we so choose. Opoiki. Well, we appear to be getting multiple I must say, I don't know if that is a meme reference or a different language. In either case, I do not understand it. But welcome in, SI Titan. I'm assuming that you're a Titan of Silicon. Or Sports Illustrated. There are multiple SIs available. That's salt. And I feel like you're setting me up for some sort of joke, but I haven't caught on quite yet. Right, so we are going to go to House P. No joke. Okay. I did have someone a week or two ago try one of the oldest streaming jokes in the book, which was asking me about Ligma. And, well, I did not fall for that one, because that's like pre-COVID times level I'd have to be out of the loop. But, let's see, let's just double check something. Alright, so I can't double up on maximize. Okay. Do we want to go up to call lightning? No. Do I want autumn winds? Possibly. We'll just take crit and be done with it. No, I'm not offended at all. Although sorry in advance means you've probably got something else coming up. In which case I reserve the right to be offended. But it is highly unlikely that you will. If you do go too far, I will tell you that you've gone too far. And, you know, no harm, no foul. If you do go too far, and I tell you that you've gone too far, and then you continue doing so after I told you not to, that's when things happen. I look like Rick from The Walking Dead without the beard. Interesting. I only saw a couple episodes. But from what I understand, he was kind of like rugged, good-looking type. So I will take that as a compliment. Although, I will say, if I wanted to look like him with the beard, it would not work out well for me. Because my beard does not grow in that well. Oh, of course. Of course, of course. Thank you for redeeming the love the dog. Alright, Tear of Dakan. Don't normally run it. I don't know if we can get all of the optionals, but I'm going to try, just because even when I do run this normally, barely ever run optionals. Unfortunately, none of the optionals require like a second person,
Dank water.
because there are some quests that when you want to do special stuff, it's like, well, you need one person to pull the lever to open the way, and then another person to go through and pull the other lever, and so on and so forth. This one does not have that, or at least not that I recall. And I think I have enough... what? I think I have enough stats for all the runes. What I don't know is if I have enough, like, search for all the possible doors. But we will find out. Oh, hey, it's the thing. Okay, so it's got a crystal on it, so this is one that we need to pull some sort of lever to activate the crystal, which presumably is... ah, down here. Alright, so this rune... alright, we've got the stats for it.
Large banners on a cluttered altar dominate this room. It is clearly used for rituals.
Ah, there's the lever. And back we go. Ooh, we got a soul. It's very nice. We didn't have one in the first place. Cinnabar shard. Alright. 1 down, 5 to go. And of course the last one is just like standing out in the open, so that's the easy one. What do you mean by XP walled? Like you're overcapped, but you still have quests left to run? So, if so, that is not a problem I will be having this run. Ah, I see. No quest left to run. You're stuck at level 12. That is unfortunate. I'm trying to think what there were... Trying to think what quest packs you could get for points at that level. Let's see, what is this? Like, as far as quest packs on that level, you've got, like... if you're level 12 and you want something around level 10 to 12... So yeah, there's Lord's March stuff. I don't know which of these packs are on sale, though. It's been a while. I'm trying to think what is free-to-play content at that level. So... I think there's a free agent quest that's free content, but that's like level 12. Memoirs was 13, but it got removed due to issues. And it's your third life, so elite, yeah. Let me do a quick Google here, see what I can see. Let's see. Yeah, there's not a lot free to play at that level. Oh, the one I was thinking of was Hiding in Plain Sight. That's a little annoying. Oh yeah, and then there's the Atraxia's Heaven quests.
Just steps ahead of you.
Those aren't too bad. But obviously there's not enough of them to give you a full level. And then, well, there's Tempest Spine, but you're probably not soloing that. And then you get up into the base level 11. Oh. Wait, you got the free packs thing? So that means the only thing you don't have is expansions, right? You should have a lot available to you at level 10, at level 12 then.
From the bottom of the ladder, the sewers descend even deeper into the bowels of Stormreach.
Or at level 12, rather. Like, you should have sands available to you. Like, that's a big one. You should have Vault of Night. That's on that. That's at that level. Like, you won't have Ravenloft, but you don't need Ravenloft. I end up skipping it a decent amount of the time anyway. Let's just give a look. You said you're level 12, so we're going to look at like level 10 or 11 quests. Let's see. So yeah, Sands is good. Enemy Within is free to play. Let's see. Yeah, that's Sands. Oh yeah, you've got Necro 3. Necro 3 is not great. Spawn of Whisper Doom's fine. Oh, you got the Dragon Quests in Market, Black and Blue, and those.
It appears that you've reached a dead end.
Let's see. How about level 10s?
You hear the unmistakable sound
Drenel,
of snoring.
but Drenel is
from the
weird.
south.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay. So you have performance issues in Sands. That's unfortunate, because Sands is a pretty solid pack, all things considered. I wonder what it is about Sands that gives you performance issues. You did level 10 and 11 elite. Okay. And you're too squishy for 12s. Well, you should be pretty close at that point then, because there's a decent amount of 10s and 11s. But that is one of the thinner sets. So you're stuck with either you start hitting the level 12s on hard, or you start repeating. Like, those are the main two options there. Barovia will make your... Oh, really? I hadn't heard about Sands and Barovia being big performance hogs. Like, there are certain places that are big performance issues, and in particular, I'm thinking of pretty much all of the... why am I forgetting the name of it? The Greensteel Raid. That one. Like, that's got major problems. The Party Quest has major problems. Or it did. Like, they've apparently made it better, but it's still not good. Biggest wilderness in the game? I don't know about that. Like, Stormhorns is pretty big. Underdark is also huge. I don't know where Barovia stands as far as size is concerned. Alright, where is the thingy? Like, I swear there's a rune in here. But this is one of those things where, like, I need to pull one lever one place to open another lever another place. To open another lever or another place. Ah, there it is. It was hiding behind boxes. So I think this opens the wall, and then this rune opens the gate. Oh, wait. Let me fix something real quick. There we go. Get some of our background music back. you mentioned Barovia, so do you... So you actually have Ravenloft? It's just that you can't go out in the wilderness? Because fortunately, Ravenloft has teleporters that bring you to like just outside each quest. So if you can tolerate the wilderness for like 10 seconds, you can manage it. And if not, then, well, unfortunate, but you do what you gotta do. You don't have myths. Okay. Yeah, it's weird that you're running into consistent crashing problems. But I suppose that is one way to, we'll say, mediate the amount of time spent playing. It's like, well, game crashed. I guess it's time to go do something else for a little while. Ow. Why must you hit me? Can we get it? Yes! Alright. We are good to go. What is this? It's a Plague Reaper. Yes. Run into the spikes. Okay. There we go. That's a shrine room. And I'm pretty sure there's nothing down below there. I'll check. I don't know if I've ever jumped down here. Nope. As expected, there is nothing here. It's just here for ambiance, I suppose. Ah. Yeah, that does make it much worse.
You round the corner to find another large room. This one filled with platforms.
So when you crash, you get after effects as well. That's not great. So you just moderate your time. You got a little like chess timer there. It's like, oh, I made it through 3 quests. Time to log out and log back in to reset things. Unfortunately, I'm not too familiar with DDO-specific, we'll say, tech fixes. I know, like, some people have better luck with the 64-bit client, and, like, there's a couple other things, like, settings you can do, but I don't know really any of it off the top of my head. There's a Reaper up on that. It's a Fear Reaper on a ledge. Everyone's favorite. Just gonna hide over here for a second. Everyone loves Fear Reaper on a ledge. Fortunately, we're not a melee character, so we could fight it. But instead, we're gonna run past it, and then wait for it to teleport to us, because I find that more convenient. We are down to only needing 2 shards still. Every 2 level bubbles? That sounds like a decent way to plan it out. Ooh, remnant chest.
A pipe waits at the end of this hole,
And down we
presumably
go.
descending further into the depth. As you emerge from the pipe, you find yourself in a cavern instead of the
So,
familiar
the
sewers.
good thing about there being only
must be getting
2
close to
shards
the village
left is
of
that I know
Tarzan.
exactly where both of them are. Because one of them is the last one, which is just completely out in the open.
The caves continue to twist and turn.
And the other one
Intertwining
is
footprints
up on the
suggest
left
that the
here.
Hobgoblin village is nearby.
above the thing with the jumping puzzle. Bonk. There we go. But yes. Oh, I missed the Plague Reaper. Oh, it's double Reaper. Got a Plague and a Carnage. And they're both dead. Excellent. I'm gonna say, you might be more committed to the game than I am. I'm not sure that I would keep playing if I had that many technical issues with it. So kudos to you. See what's in. Oh, I was gonna see what's in the chest. How dare you? Okay, so this is where the jumping puzzle part comes in. So we do want to put on our Featherfall.
Village of Arzag Kor. The Arzag Kor city looms before you. It is dangerous to remain here.
Oh, well, let's make sure we rebuff our jump. Oh, goody, a clay golem. Clay golems, if you didn't know, are healed by acid. Fortunately, we have piercing.
Looking up at the waterfall, you think you glimpse a tunnel at the top. But how to get up there?
See if we can open the door. Yes, great success. Okay. Now, you can't actually skip this guy. This guy is required to advance the quest. I've made this mistake before and then been like, wait, why can't I finish? Yes, Irresistible Dance is one target in touch range. The good news is, it is Irresistible Dance, which means there is no saving throw on it. If they are not immune to it, they will be hit. Right. It is time for an ad break. As I mentioned before, I run ad breaks so people don't get pre-rolls when they click on the stream. So we're going to pause the game here. And I'm going to go get a drink, stretch my legs. Hopefully you can do the same, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. And if you're on YouTube, well, you can do the same. You just don't have to deal with an ad. And we have returned. We have successfully refilled our drink and stretched our legs and gotten a bit of a snack. And now we can continue decimating the Azard core. We're gonna go over this way. Go here. Around the corner. You'll have to run to me. Alright, maybe that War Mage doesn't have to run to me. But the rest of the stuff does. Okay, that's a shrine back there, but we don't really care. Hello, Aviator, welcome. Oh, I suppose not so welcome if you've been here the whole time. But you are welcome nonetheless, whether you are lurking or speaking.
Leads down into yet another cavern. You must be nearing the heart of the Hobgoblin village.
Improved trip. Okay. Let's get some rage. Drop the AoEs. And the quest ends on its own. 22k. Of course, it took me 20 minutes because we did all the side stuff, and we took our stretch break, but, you know, how much is all the side stuff anyway? That's a lot of side stuff. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, which is 7k. Plus another 2.5. Round up all the 30s. So that's about 10k in optionals. Which means if you have a group and you split and everything, this is actually not bad. You can probably get it down to maybe like 10 minutes. Or less. It's just like different people go hit different optionals and one person runs straight to the end, and boom, you've got 30k in 10 minutes. But, let's see, we wanted to do Gwylands, I believe, which is, I think, over here? It's been a long time since I've done this one. See if I can remember it.
Several
Step
broken
1.
barrels lay scattered here.
Go get the
Someone
thing.
or something discovered 4 broken barrels.
This is yet another one that's, you know, pretty decent if you split, but being solo, it'll take me a little bit.
Descend into a still cavern, smelling of stagnant water and decay. Mushrooms line the floors, and their spores hang in the unpleasant air. Ahead, rust monsters consume iron bands and seals from the wooden cylinders. The troll tracks end at a pool of tepid, murky water. You can only reason that the trolls swam from this point.
Fortunately, we don't really care about rust monsters.
Brackish water runs off your
We're not
face,
Warforged, and we're not hitting them with our
Or is
weapons,
that the stench of trolls
so it does
ahead?
not matter.
You have collected 8 cylinders hidden by House
Yep.
Fjarlund. You
We are
must now
good
use
to
them on House
go.
Thorani's supplies.
We can just pick them off, no problem.
Rust monsters huddled ahead appear to be the trolls' pets. It is unlikely
Hopefully that
an
kills
abundant
enough that we don't end
mushrooms
up with,
have
like,
grown
Dungeon
large
Lord.
and thick enough along the walls to provide a walkway down to the lower levels.
And we will
Or
see
that
if
may be there.
our... Oh, what is the name of the spell again? Splinter Bolt. If Splinter Bolt is good enough to pick off the guys who activate traps. Of course, being a class with evasion, we're not as worried about traps as we might otherwise be, but it's still prefer to not have to deal with them.
Fargo Bodybreaker calls out orders to his unit. 2 troll camps sit back in the jungle brush. Tracks run through a well-traveled pathway. Fargo Bodybreaker is dead. Giant ruins extend into the jungle. The overgrowth is so thick that you cannot see where they end.
There he is.
This must be where Willem
That guy
fought
brings
to
more
hold
people
off
when he
the
rings
Archman
an alarm bell.
Growler roars defiantly and casts an evil gaze toward him. Garlber is dead. He has slain a mercenary lieutenant.
So that's one more down. Ah, he managed to activate it. Oh well.
The
No big
stonework
deal.
path splits in 3 directions ahead. The sound of hooves and jingling chainmail echoes off the ruined walls.
One of them. Fire traps
Another
there.
section of the ruins, overgrown
them.
by the jungle, features a set of stairs leading up.
I
a
really
massive
do need to
stone
actually
platform.
add a lurk command that actually says something. But I appreciate the
The
lurk.
ramp extends into the earth here. Signs of travel lead into a massive archway covered in runes. A ramp continues down into the ruins. Liardir Arafel prepares his Liardir Arafel, a ranger with House Thorami,
Okay,
falls dead.
more traps that we're just ignoring by running past. I'm surprised that this is the first time we've pulled any sort of alert.
Your eyes sting as you pour the gray powder into the Thorani supply. Your
Two here.
eyes sting as you pour the gray powder into the Thorani supply
Oh,
crates.
I did eat a knockdown. Unfortunate. Oh well. We'll just continue to snipe guys with Splinter Bolt. It's fine. We got the 2 supply crates that we needed in here. So we can go on. Ooh. Oh, there was one in here? I know that I found one of the Illithids in... I think it was... hidden in plain sight? I know that I killed a couple for the event. I think I got 2 or 3, which doesn't sound like many until you realize that there were only like 6 of them total. I don't remember where they all spawned. Like, there was one that was in the back of the big puzzle room in Ghost of a Chance in Three Barrel Cove. And there was one, I think, in Hiding in Plain Sight. There might have been one in... No.
You hear the sound of wood being dragged.
I was thinking there
across
might have been
snow,
one in Tear of
along with a
Khan.
few
I think there was
curses.
one at the
Sounds
big
like
puzzle
Nosferatu is
in
busily
the
excavating
Lords
the
of Dust
ruins.
Chain, like the second one. Well, not the
ramp
big puzzle, the
continues
big
to a
optional.
landing, before turning sharply and passing out of sight. Signs of patrols are evident everywhere as you descend.
Alright, so we've got this. We've got a bunch of
Twin
these
Horn
dudes.
runs a thickly calloused hand along the length of Horn and then points toward you. Soft, fresh meat.
Okay.
Twin Horn dies.
Thank you.
You
All right,
have slain
here we go.
him. Your eyes sting as you pour the gray powder into the Thorani supply crates.
So that's
Your
2 of
eyes
these.
sting as you pour the gray powder into the Thorani supply crates.
Are there any on the other side? No, no, it's just the 2. Okay. Off we go. Maybe, I think I might be getting some of the Illithid invasion stuff mixed up with the gold chests. I think that's what I was thinking of for the one where they
More supplies have
had
been
one
stowed
at
beneath an
the
outcropping down the stairs ahead.
extreme challenge
Still more are
puzzle
visible
thing
straight at Surapox
in
flips a
Servants of
slimy
the
claw in your
Overlord?
direct.
Underlord?
Surapox is
Whatever it
dead.
is. The one in the Lord's
You have
Dust
slain
Chain.
him.
I think that's where
Your
one of
eyes
the
sting as
gold
you pour the
chests
gray powder
was
into
in
the
that
Thorani
hardcore
supply
league
crates.
that I'm crossing up with the Illithid invasion.
Your eyes sting as you pour the gray powder into the Thorani supply crates.
Okay, how many more do I need? 2 more. Okay. So I think there are 2 at the end here. I think Crippler Bigfoot is this dude.
And engage your force as you close on his position.
So about Voice of the Master. What about Voice of the Master?
You have slain a mercenary lieutenant. At the entrance to this section of ruin, you hear the muffled calls of workers and guards as they struggle with their haul.
It's a handy thing to have on hand. Just 5% XP. And it's lower level than a lot of trinkets, so
Your welcoming party
it's
defeated.
relatively easy to
You
get.
find that this supply site is well
I
fortified.
mean, I was wearing it earlier this life before I
This is
put
the
on
main
my
site.
Isle of Dread trinket. Okay, get buffs back.
Zared Mightyhoof glares down at you and prepares to charge.
I do find it funny that
Zared
they try to come close to me,
mercenary
and it is
leader.
fatal to them.
Your eyes sting as you pour the
Did
gray
you have a
powder into
particular
the
question
Thorani
about
supply
Voice of the
crates.
Master, or
Your
just
eyes sting as
wanted
you
it as
pour
a
the gray
topic of
powder
discussion?
into the Thorani supply crates.
What was the last level 7 we were doing? Grave Robber, House J. If it eventually decides to load. You have to wear it when you finish the quest and when the XP is awarded. This is why if you're running in parties, before someone turns in the final quest objective, they'll often type V in chat. And give like a 5-second, as basically a 5-second warning. Put your voice on, I'm about to finish the quest. Alright, been a while since I had this one. Oh, you can't see it behind the dog. V for voice. So this used to happen all the time, and they mostly fixed it. I have gotten the recovering from failed teleport hang. I used to get this like several times a day. I don't know if I've gotten this in like the last year. So we're gonna restart it real quick. I am familiar with that. I don't know if our Titan of Silicon is. But yeah, that's why people often say that in chat. It's because you only need it on when you get the XP. If you have it on earlier in the quest, it doesn't matter. It will not help you, nor will it hurt you. But I have a bad habit of forgetting to put it on, so I tend to wear mine all the time. Or technically, I am wearing a Master's Gift, which I will show you once I am back in game. Master's Gift being the augment that you can craft. But yeah, I don't even know when the last time I hit the recovering from failed teleport bug was. Which just goes to show you that there's a lot of times that, like, when bugs get fixed, you don't really notice at first because, well, you're just playing the game and nothing's happening, so there's no problem. And then something like this happens, and like, oh yeah, this used to be a problem all the time. But they, like, fixed it. Right, so we are heading to House J for the Grave Robber. House J. Nope, we need to be on this side. Okay, in we go. And after this, we will take level 9.
Across the room, you see a set of
Feather
stairs
falling on.
descending into the thick fog. The outside of the house is apparently nothing but
As long
a
as you can
facade.
jump the first one, with Featherfall, you can jump all of them. We'll recast this again. So, the thing is, you can't skip very many in here because of the kill requirement. We'll see how many groups I can group up. Because there are some casters in here, of course.
As you round the corner, you see several
Alright.
tables with
Ooh,
bodies
that's a
on
champ.
them down the hallway.
Okay. The dots coming from that champion hurt a lot. Still need to kill a lot more dudes, though. I'll come back and finish the rest off later if they don't die here. That's just the shrines. Okay. So I got everything. We'll call that getting everything. Pretty sure there's a big trap here that I'm about to get nailed with. Yep. Fortunately, in this case, getting nailed with means I make my evasion save. So, it's not quite so dramatic, as force traps can often be pretty dramatic, but not this time, which is nice. see. I need to kill 12 more.
The hall slopes
Yeah,
downward
that'll be
here,
fine.
going
That's
deeper
easy to do. There
underground.
should be plenty in the last
Hair
room
on the
for
back
it.
of your neck stands on end. You must be getting close. You can
Shift.
faintly hear screams, moans, and chanting through the door ahead.
Alright, I forgot. The zombies don't raise until the priests die. Go. So yes. This is another guy that you really want freedom of movement, because he will cast Sleet Storm, and it sucks to get hit with Sleet Storm if you don't have freedom of movement. Alright, so now we take level 9, and we're going to double check level 7s, and if we don't find any, we'll maybe hit a couple 8s. Not too many, since it's getting a little late, and got work in the morning and all that. But, let us see. Alright. So, level 7s. Here we go. Alright. We have the 2 Summer Court ones that are, like, related to the hunt, not related to the Feywild. And I'm not doing them because I don't like them. We have the House D chain, the Sentinels chain, which we're not doing because I've done a lot of. We have Dread, which we're not doing because it's an expansion and I usually do it. We have Scoundrels Run. I usually do that one too. That's part of Three Barrel Cove. I'm skipping the Pit because I don't like the Pit. And also it's a pain to solo. And let's see. More Three Barrel Cove. And yeah, the rest of it is chains I've already mentioned. So we are free to take level 9. Actually, we'd be free to take level 9 anyway, because I'm running level 7 quests. Level 9 is good. Which means we will take level 9, and then we'll immediately jump into effective level 10 quests. So we're going to be running under level, which is not a problem. We have enough gear and past lives to make that not an issue. Also, Blightcaster is, is strong enough that it's not an issue. There are many factors combining here. Oh, what am I taking here? I could take Meta Magics, but I think I'll just take Arcane Initiate. Alright, so we have an extra action point to spend, and we have spells to prep. So, spells to prep. Spells. Oh, we have level 5s. We have Lightning Storm. We have Death Ward. We have Negative Energy Burst. We have Plant Growth. Ah, yes. Reincarnate, Stone Skin, Thorn Wave. I'm not familiar with that spell, so we'll try it out. And Death Ward, maybe? Am I permanently Death Warded? Permanent Death Block, which I'll get at 12, but not Death Ward. So we'll grab Death Ward. And we'll put Thorn Wave here. What others did I get? Another level 2. What is Bark Skin? Bark Skin might be fine. Just add it to the buff selection. Yeah. We'll add Bark Skin. It might not stack with some stuff, but we'll see. And yeah, that'll do. We have Death Ward here. We put Thorn Wave here. We will need to get components, but that's fine. And let's see, what is this? It's just Sunburst. Just straight up Sunburst. No other stuff besides Universal Spell Power per point spent. Is there anything here that says like per core in this tree? You gain... Okay, so I get more spell power per... Okay. So I get 5 to all my effective spell powers as well. Okay, okay. Let's see. I think we're going to keep this at 13 for now and come back over here. I'll probably move points around here, move that to that. Okay, so we're going to close that, we're going to close this, and we're going to look at quests. Okay, what do we have for 8s? Zorian Cipher, can't do it. Necro 2, don't want to do it. Temple of Elemental Evil, I run it too much, can't do it. Thrall of the Necromancer. We have Delirias to do. So that's Vault of Night. We're not doing that. We're not doing Temple. We can do Stormcleave. We can do Stronghold. We'll skip Spies because I do Spies a lot. I might end up running Slave Lords, actually, for the first time in a while. Very nice. Very dark and glowy. So, you know what? I think that's how we're going to end out the night. We're going to go and we're going to grab level 5 reagents and we're going to run Slave Lords. Because it has been a long time since I've hit Slave Lords, and thus it is an excellent candidate for this challenge run. Now, is Slave Lords good experience? No. No, it is not. Is it higher difficulty than most other quests of the same level? Yes, absolutely. Are we doing it anyway? Yes, definitely. As long as I remember where the hell to get into it. I think it's in Gatekeeper's Grove now. No, I can't cast level 6 spells, but I will be able to at some point. So we are going to Gatekeeper's Grove. Alright, to the 12. Ah, here we go, Slave Lords. Alright. Into a monk dominant build so that when the new archetype drops, I can just lesser reincarnate. There's a new monk archetype? But we already have it. Oh, I guess Sacred Fist is technically a paladin archetype, not a monk archetype, even though it's very monk-y. Ah, in February. I have not kept track.
As you enter the room, a woman wearing a noble's finery gestures for you to approach. Dame Gold points to the door at the rear of the chamber. The path beyond the service entrance will lead you to the abandoned temple. The slavers have set up an outpost there. Somewhere inside, I'd expect you'll find the information you need to track the slave lords back to their lair.
Interesting.
Dame Gold's eyes narrow, and you hear the sound of steel in her voice. When you find them, I expect you to destroy them.
Okay.
All of them. The path leads to an ancient wall. The symbol of the slave lords hangs above the crumbling gateway.
A poorly disguised secret door can be seen at the rear of this alcove.
Pretty sure we can just go left immediately. That's true, I do have evasion, and I have strong AoE. Two things that Slave Lords really
The door
wants
here
to
appears
be.
to have been destroyed.
Most
then
hectic
hastily
build
repaired.
I've ever tried. As in, like, how many buttons I'm trying to juggle. I think one of the most complex sets of buttons I was juggling was an Eldritch Knight build that... So this was before the level cap went up, and before they redid Temple of Elemental Evil. Every life, I would try to solo it on as high a... Okay, on as high a Reaper as possible. So... While most quests, the Eldritch Knight wasn't super hectic, when trying to solo, like, on-level R5 Temple of Elemental Evil, we're talking like I'm using everything available to me in order to try to pull it off. So that was pretty hectic. I have a screenshot somewhere of like my bars and the different keybinds I've had. But yeah, I think that's the one where I had like the most keybinds that I used regularly.
This room stinks of vinegar, fire, and rot. The odor pours from a large mound of smoldering compost in the
I
center
got
of
up
the floor.
to R5 on that for soloing on level Zuckermoy. And it got tricky at times. Alright, let's try out this new spell, shall we? Okay, so we've got this. That's not that impressive. Okay, off we go. Falconry melee.
The air grows chill in the graveyard. The plants sway
Yeah, there's-
gently, even though there is no wind.
There's various casters I've been on, particularly anything that is in
The sound of a door opening can be heard.
anything that is using the Shirati. No, not the Shirati. The other, not that strike. The other strike. You know, the one with the stuff. The Fate Singer strike, because it has such a low cooldown. That one is pretty button active just because it's like, you do Fate Singer strike, then something else, then Fate Singer strike again, then something else, and back and forth, and it weaves like that. So that makes it for at least having a full rotation. But I'm not sure if it's necessarily hectic. Oh no, traps. And off we go. Which epic strike?
The staircase descends.
Because some of
several
them are
floors,
buggy with
ending in
certain
a
weapon
dank tunnel
types.
carved into the earth.
In particular, like,
The foul
Inquisitive
stench
and
of
repeating
troglodytes
crossbows have been known to have
permeates the air.
various issues with various epic strikes. And I think some melee ones as well can have certain problems, but I forget under which circumstances. Oh yeah, that is another one. If you're actually trying to do your reaction spikes on Alchemist, then it does get a little
These
bit
tunnels
trickier.
look like they collapsed recently.
It is true. It's very true. Bop. Pluck the string and quick cutter. Really? I was just using quick cutter last life, and I didn't have any problems with it. Now, the other one in there, the thing that you can get instead of Boulder's Might, like if you're not wearing a two-hander or you just don't want Boulder's Might, the charge thing, that one has given me some problems. Like, there's always some jank with the charge attack. But I was just using quick cutter and I found it very reliable. Pluck the string, I think it depends on your weapon type.
Uncomfortably warm.
I have had problems with it in the past on Inquisitive. That, like, it doesn't like it if you're midway through an animation or something like that. But quick cutter. Alright, bugged when you use two-weapon fighting dagger. Interesting. I was using a two-handed weapon, so two-weapon fighting is a little different. These guys are pretty healthy. I was like, what cast this spell on me? These are archers. I was like, oh, there's a dude who came from behind. Alright, it looks like we're going to have another ad break here in a second because it's been another 40 minutes. So we're going to take another 2-minute break. You may once again enjoy pictures of the dog if you don't get ads. And, of course, stand up, stretch, get a drink, all that good stuff so that we don't all develop clots in our legs. And she gets to enjoy the end of a carrot. So welcome back from ads. As you can see, nothing has changed in game because, you know, as we said, we are not doing things. Alright, now where exactly are these traps? There we go. Man, these guys are super healthy. I'm just gonna ignore them. Thank you for the follow, Jack Dragon. Welcome in. Oh no, slime. I'll be honest, I was expecting them to be immune to the acid when I did that. But I guess these are... Oh yeah, these are gray oozes. They're immune to fire, not acid. I'm pretty sure I have to go down this route. I don't think this is an optional, like, side thing. I know you need to come down this way if you're trying to, like, do the free all the guys optional. But I'm pretty sure you need it either way. Like, there's a guy down here who's on the list of must be killed. Oh, hello, Famine Reaper. Goodbye, Famine Reaper. Down some more AoE damage. Punish that dude since he's not going to come and stand in my AoE damage because he is rude. There are traps here that I'm probably going to step on. No? Okay.
The Orc Chieftain growls as you approach. You must be pretty stupid to come in here. I'm gonna smash you so hard, they'll never find the pieces.
I'm sure you will. Thank you for spawning.
You're pretty tough for a little bug.
Right where I can just drop all of my AoE stuff on you, and you just kind of die. Pop.
The Orc Chieftain topples with a crash.
Here you go. Just ignore those guys over there shooting at us. You're being very rude. Okay. Okay, that is an optional to slay him. That's what I meant to do. And then we free these. Get a collectible. And how many of these are left? And they're all dead. Excellent. Can I help you? You're right. It is getting close to blanket time. Let me take care of that for you before you have other problems. Oh, there's an ambush on. Okay. It's time to blanket the dog. Ready? Blanket. She has been safely blanketed, and we shall give her her sleep privacy. There we go. Okay. So, I think that was all a long side trip. Right. This is the room with all the water in it. That's all we need to move forward. There's more that we can do over there as an optional, but... Okay. Step 1, pull this lever. Step 2, avoid getting turned into toast. Well, I mean, I do have evasion, so it doesn't really hurt me that much. This is a fine lever. Okay, so I don't have perfect evasion. So I can't just stand in it the whole time, but if I get clipped, then it's not really a big deal. Okay, and this needs to go this way. Okay. Wrong button. There we go. Right button. And if anyone doesn't know, if you mess up and hit one of those reds, all of them start going off. So you no longer have half of a room that's safe. Oh good, we didn't get hit by that. That's one of those annoying, the lightning knocks you down sort of traps. So you get stuck in it, which is special. Okay. Just gonna let that do the work for us. Bonk. I was hoping.
Quiet sobs echo from the cell below.
Okay, there's a lever up top that I forgot to pull. That's the one. I don't know if I'm going to be able to free all of them, or enough to get to the next threshold, because as you can see, the next threshold is pretty high. Like, the first one is at, like, save 10, and the next one is save 40. So, we'll see. We need 15 more. I don't know where they are. And we've already skipped at least one optional area, so that's a potential problem. Alright, we'll redo buffs. Okay. Oh, there's one. Gotta say, it's pretty dark in here. It's hard to see the people. Well, let's see. 10 left. Oh, there's probably another 5-ish in here. looks like 4. I'm gonna count that as correct. 4 is 5-ish. Just lucky I said the ish part.
The slave lord looks you over. Yes, you'll fetch a fine price, once you're properly broken. Guards, take them alive if you can. If not, well, it won't be a complete loss.
So many archers who aren't going to run up and just sit in my AoE damage. Just not right, I tell you.
The slave lord grunts. Very well. I have other ways of dealing with the likes of you.
Taking significant amounts of damage.
The slave lord crumples into a lifeless heap. Now to search for clues
had
to the
just enough
location
spell
of the
points.
other slavers.
Hooray!
You notice a shipping manifest. The manifest describes a keep some distance from here. This fortress seems to play a major role in the
7K.
slave trade. More clues about the slave lords can doubtless be found there.
Not great for the amount of time it takes, but could do worse.
Your search for the slave lords has led to the clatter and clang of armor can be heard from down the hallway. The clamor of creatures preparing for battle can be heard from the next room. The outer courtyard is used as a mustering point, where the slavers meet before going out on raids.
Okay, you die, you die.
Hobgoblins can be heard rushing to take positions on the platforms above.
I'm just going to ignore you. It's not worth spending spell points on pairs of guys. I don't think this is the right way. Or maybe it is the right way, because there's a lever I need to pull to enable the correct way. There it is. Okay.
This part of the complex doesn't seem to have been used for quite some time.
That's the optional. You have to go this far for that, and then going any further is the optional. I see. Yes, yes. I am remembering things. Oh, it's locked? Nope. Not locked anymore. Shrine here if we needed it.
The parade grounds stand as the last staging grounds before troops enter the stop. The parade grounds give way to a small inner courtyard with a working fountain in good repair.
Okay. No souls, no remnants, no nothing? Alright. Unfortunate.
The inner keep houses the remainder of the troops and serves to protect the
Thanks for
entrance
stopping
to the
by,
dungeon
Aviator.
below.
We're gonna head this way. We're just gonna drop this. That's that. We received a VIP crafting material token? The hell is that? Oh, this lever over here. I think we probably need that.
Pulling the lever unlocks a door nearby.
Sounds like yes, we do need that. Let's see, where are we going? We need to go out this way. It's neat trying to like remember all this stuff. It's like, on the one hand, there's less floundering than if I didn't know the quests at all.
On closer inspection,
But
this bear is
it's
stuffed
not
and mounted on a
quite
track.
the same as a lot of
used to frighten and
quests that
confuse intruders.
I can run practically with my eyes
Pull the
closed.
lever. There's a soft pop, and an enchanted crystal lights up.
Alright, so we do need to come down here to do this lever to move
The
forward.
second lever is pulled. A rush of air can be felt as the doors down the hallway
There we go.
open.
So we're not going to do that optional exploring the abandoned tower.
This mirror is used to make trespassers believe there are more defenders than there really are.
There we go. As long as we get souls semi-regularly,
The lever
we'll
is
be fine.
pulled, and a crystal lights up nearby.
Let's see. So heading straight there would have put us into an optional area that you can't really get anything out of unless you can pick locks. So we're going to be heading this way
The
instead.
sound of a gate grinding open can be heard in the distance. Then come frenzied shouts that grow closer with every second.
Oh, okay. This is this room. Got it.
Slave cages line the walls of this large complex. A control cage can be seen on the far end of the room. The moment you enter, slaves plead to be released from captivity.
This down, and this down, and this down, and this down.
The key, marked Control Cell Door. Inside the cage are several levers.
Kind of surprised
It
that
seems
I managed
likely
to
that
open
the
that
door
without getting
barring
hit.
your exit swings open
There's
as
a
the
lot of
lever
stuff
is
shooting at
pulled.
me, and I don't think I have deflect arrows in this build,
The third lever is pulled.
so it was
and the
just
remaining
high enough
slaves flee the
dodge
fort.
and armor class. So you go through opening these chests. Some crafting mats. This way. I think straight ahead is a shrine? No, it's a collectible. What about this way? It's a nothing. Alright. Third time's the charm, because it was the last option that we could have possibly taken. I don't know if turning left was the right decision here. Really? Immediate orange? Jump on top of you and drop the AoE. There we go. Oh. Now, I believe these two rooms have guys I need to kill
This crudely decorated
in order
room
to
houses
get
a
the levers
large and powerful
move
ogre.
forward.
At
lever is mounted to the right
Of
side
course,
of the
ogres
door.
are somewhat more healthy than a lot of other things. So sometimes they take a little bit more effort to kill. But it's worth the effort. Probably. Most things are worth the effort
These
to
are the
kill in this
officers'
game
quarters
because
for
that's
the
kind of just
orcs
how
who
the game
guard
goes.
this area. A lever with an unlit gem is mounted on the back wall. There's a loud click, and two doors swing open. The
Alright,
sound of chatter can be heard from deeper within the fortress.
this way? Yeah. Ooh. Okay, that went well for us. Should we shrine? I think we should. Our buffs just wore off anyway, so it doesn't cost us anything to shrine, besides like the, what, 6 seconds it takes sitting down? Alright.
This large dining hall serves as a gathering place for the fort's troops. Icar, the commander of the fort, stands ready to make a final stand.
Oh, you're relatively healthy. Well, let's cast a little bit more stuff at you then. Oh. Yeah, I wanted you for healing. Well, temp health, which is like healing.
As Icar falls, the door opens to reveal a passageway leading deeper into the fortress.
Off we go. And now we can just heal with this.
A glance at the room reveals a passageway leading down to the dungeon below.
I
No
always
doubt
forget this
Marquesa
part of the
and the
quest,
rest of her
because it's like,
conspirators can be found
you just had a
below.
boss.
This
It
hallway
feels like
serves as
you're
the
at the
entrance to
end of a
fortress's
dungeon, but it's actually just the
Marquesa
halfway
must
point
be
of a
somewhere
dungeon.
inside.
Oh, wait. Like, look, souls.
An invisible force pulls the metallic objects you're wearing upwards towards the ceiling. Removing large metal objects might spare you from the effect.
You know what I'm not wearing as a druid? Metal armor. In fact, I've taken an oath not to do that. Bop. Off we go. Oh no, fire!
The room is filled with spider webs. The soft sound of weeping can be heard from a nearby room.
I tried to cast Spike Growth and it did not go off, so that's unfortunate. Oh, that's a double Reaper. There we go. Take out the famine before things get too dangerous. Oh, making reflex saves. Disgusting. We want this one, I think. Pop. Okay. Okay.
Various grim-looking devices are scattered throughout this torture chamber.
That's another double Reaper. And it worked out for us. Oh. This is another kill everything
A
to get
burst
out.
of moist air enfolds you as the door opens.
This time we do not
This
need to
hallway
try.
connects with
We
a
have
natural cavern that
a
leads
lot of
deeper
resources.
into the subterranean complex.
Kill some guys. Leave me alone.
The door opens to reveal a large chasm. The glint of two different gems can be
Okay,
seen
where
down on the
are
cavern
the
floor.
things? There's one down there. I think they're both on the bottom, and then you have to do the climbing past stuff in order to get out at the end. Yeah, that looks about right.
With the door unsealed,
Number
you may
2.
continue into the caverns below.
The Carnage Reaper is confused. So we'll just one-shot it from over here. Excellent. That's how we like to deal with Reapers. It's just, we're gonna one-shot it from all the way over here. Just gonna, like, not fight you, because I'd have to, like, just snipe one at a time, and this is not the right build for that. I'm gonna ignore the thing on the left. It's just cheese.
A rumbling sound can be heard from the corridor above.
Oh no!
A soft, buzzing sound can be heard as you approach the door. Bees swarm near their hives. Surely this room is for making honey.
Bees!
You should be safe, unless...
So, I tried to avoid this, but... I might die here. Oh no? No, not necessarily. So, the thing that's slowing me here, the being covered in honey thing, that is a silence effect, in addition to all, like, the rooting effect. So, I couldn't cast my main spells there. I was stuck with basically just my Acid Spray SLA. So that was
the
a
door
little
rolls
dangerous,
open,
but, you know.
revealing a small settlement built into the very walls of the cave. The hobgoblins have built 3 defensive positions inside this massive cavern. You'll need to destroy these strong points before you can continue further.
Leave. Why are we on yellow alert? I killed most of the dudes.
The last of the outpost's defenders falls.
Oh no, I got tripped.
The last guardian of the kennels falls. The hobgoblins outside the barracks have been defeated. The natural cavern once again gives
Excellent.
way to a masonry hallway.
So we are still cursed, but we're making progress. We again do not need a shrine.
You spot a female elf matching Marques's description leaving through a portal. Creatures spring forward to protect her escape.
Put all these AoEs down and see what happens. There we go. Have fun sitting that AoE. And this is another
The portal
point.
barring your path fades.
It's just
when you
like,
pull
alright, we
this
just
lever.
fought like a boss thing. So clearly this is the end of the dungeon, right? The answer is no, not quite. This is optional, but we're gonna do it anyway.
The
Oh no.
sound of scuffling guards and agitated prisoners comes from the room to your
I
right.
got the parts of the quest. I thought this was a different place. Oh, okay. Where was this other piece leading them?
A gaunt creature stands at the end of the hallway,
Oh, this bit.
looking at you
Who is
nervously.
also
Blackthorn springs back and makes ready for battle.
alright.
You search Blackthorn's body and find a key
Oh,
to a
wait, I killed
nearby
him?
door.
That's weird. You usually can't kill them once they go invisible/immune. Maybe one of the AoEs actually hits them through it. Where was I? Ah, yes. Oh, that's multiple Reapers. Okay. We'll do this here then. Alright. Those, open those. Be able to hit them because my jump spell didn't work. Okay. Or, well, it's not that it didn't work, it's that it wore off. Okay. So we... Wait. One left. I thought I got them all. Oh, did I actually not pull it? Okay.
You open the last door. Slaves emerge from their
Okay.
cells and escape.
Off we go. This is another optional, which might be a problem for
Before
me,
you
but we will
stands
find out.
Juliet, Marques's assistant.
Go.
Juliet curses you as she falls to the ground.
More materials. Alright. And we're off. Gonna try to finish this quest before the next ad break. so that we can take an ad break between dungeons, which is when we prefer to take them.
Marquesa awaits your arrival inside this well-appointed room. Marquesa's double is dead, no longer enthralled to the madwoman who remade her in her own image.
Okay.
Now, to find the real Marquesa. Before you stands a powerful Minotaur.
Yes, I know that I
ready
could
to
have simply
defend
searched,
Marquesa
but
to its dying breath.
come on. There we go. We're going to ignore the loot because it is useless. So, the trick with Marquesa is that she has that big force attack if you're standing close to her. And so far,
Marquesa, the slave lord,
a lot of
stands
my
before you.
casting has
Some
been
kind
stuff
of
that is close
object is
to me.
encased in a magical field behind her.
Hopefully they walk forward into that. Okay. This is fine. Yeah, this is just fine.
Marquesa is dead, and her followers routed. Now to search for
Cover the map.
clues that might lead to the slave lord's primary
Find in that chest.
stronghold.
Is it in this chest? Mutilator of Minds. Not bad.
Marked on the map is a
There we
cave that
go.
leads to the Slaver's City. Surely this must be the slave lord's main base.
And on to the last one in Slavers.
You enter the cave said to lead to the slave lords. Near the entrance, you find a wounded halfling standing over the body of a dead slaver.
Alright, we're gonna go this way. Gonna go past all of these. Gonna do this so we don't get crowd controlled by them. And Umber Hulks have a ridiculous amount of health. Okay. Got that one. Oh, the rescues are optional. Oh well. It'll be fine. Trigger the light bearer's heal. Pause a moment. Yes. Pausing pays off. Gives me a soul.
The floor here is covered with coarse
So,
white
let's see.
granules.
I can't remember
Naturally occurring salt crystals
what are
from the
the
cave walls.
big tricks here.
You stumble and slide down the sloping corridor.
Like, obviously we've got all these guys. There's a bunch of them that are archers, which is super annoying for me. Are they chasing? Maybe? So that kills a bunch. It kills enough that I'm no longer in any sort of alert, which is really all I'm going for here. I'm not trying to go for like a must kill everything. I just need to not have alert. So this is an interesting, fun little door. This interesting, fun little door. Note pinned to the wall reads, "Not an actual door," and then the roof falls on you. The roof's supposed to fall on you there. There's supposed to be a trap. But I guess it didn't feel like it this time. Just gonna toss that there. Reaper slowing touch and Red Alert slow. I'm not moving anywhere anyway. We're just gonna stand still and let stuff die by walking next to us. Great. That's some hard CC, which is traditionally the only thing that'll kill us here is hard CC. So we need to talk to this guy. And then tag you. That's Famine Reaper. Why am I in yellow alert now? I want to drop this on top of the archers. Flavor Factorum? Factotum? Factotum. Factotum. Get remnant. Kill that dude. So, given how fast we're getting yellow alerts, there are some dudes somewhere
A bridge
who are
leads
still
over
aggroed
a
onto
pool
us.
of strange glowing liquid. The smell of ozone hangs heavy in the air.
We have ads. So we're just going to chill here a little bit while we wait for people to get back from ads. It'll be 2 minutes, as is normal on Twitch. So we're going to chill out. We're going to drink, we're going to snack. So, when looking at the rest of these, we have very few 8s left that we're going to do. If we're not doing Temple of Elemental Evil, and we're not doing Necro 2, and we're not doing Vaughn, and we're not doing Spies, because, again, that's stuff that I run a lot. That leaves us with, after we're done with welcome back from ads, everyone on Twitch. So, why is the announcement this late? In any case, after we're done here, we only have like 3 more level 8s. We have Stormvald's Mine, Stormcleave Outpost. I mean, we can do Path to Madness. It's super short. But then there's Haunted Library and Caverns of Cormar. That's it. Because I'm not doing Faithful Departed either. not the button I meant to hit. That's the one I meant to hit. Nice and nice. It's always funny, like, running away from things, and then the alert goes down. Okay. Now will there be few enough of you that I can pull the lever? Okay, very good. It's unfortunate that we didn't get any remnants or... Oh, these guys didn't follow. Any remnants or souls. But, you know, such is life. We shall overcome.
This appears to be a dead end. A rope dangles from the ceiling at the end of the corridor.
Rope is out of range. There we go. Floor collapses when you pull the rope, as you would expect. Everything is trapped all the time. Alright, bunch of gnolls, bunch of gnolls. Put that up. Have a bunch of injured gnolls. Second cast of this, and that should be all we need. Okay, remnant chest. Very good. So there are a couple more sections here. I know, like, there's the maze and puzzle section, and then we haven't even touched the anything on the after you get to the city part. Having all these archers and casters is quite the annoyance. Hello, Fear Reaper. Why did you dodge my Splinter Bolt? That's not very nice. Okay, so the puzzles aren't particularly hard, but there are all the archers and casters on each of them that make it a little annoying. But we shall make do. Let's see, we still have the light puzzle as well. Not these puzzles, but the, bouncing mirror, bouncing light between mirrors type. Okay, who is... You're doing a ton of damage there, sir. I'm gonna need you to calm down. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Alright. Be with you in a moment, sir. Thank you. We appreciate your patience. And more crafting nuts. Okay. We'll take this shrine. We're down to like 30% spell points. And our rebuff is pretty quick anyway. There we go. Now, you might think, why Longstrider? Like, you're already running
Monstrous figures
fast
loom
enough
above
that
you.
Longstrider doesn't make you
An
any
odd
faster.
little voice
And that's true.
cries,
But
This
a
place
while back,
belongs
they
to the
changed
slave lords.
Longstrider to have a secondary effect to it,
Intruders.
which is that
The giant figures flicker.
when you have Longstrider on, you don't get slowed down by shallow water. So you can walk through it without getting slowed down, which is good. And we're not in any of that yet, but there is some later on in the quest. So might as
Stairs at the end
well
of the
do the
hallway
buffs
lead
now.
up to the surface.
Okay, so we have made it at least to the town
The
part.
slave lords use Suderham as their base and marketplace. An
Okay.
uneasy quiet hangs over the slaving city, and the streets are strangely empty.
Okay, we have green alert. We have yellow alert. Oh, this was the wrong way. Alright, we want to stand on top of the casters and range guys. Let everyone groups up nicely. There we go. And the ice is not just for damage. It also... Wait, no. Ice... I don't think the ice slows them, but I did also do my Entangle, which does slow attack speed, assuming that they fail their check. Cutting their attack speed in half is quite effective as a defensive tool.
The sign of the rose is lavishly decorated, which is more that can be said for the rest of this town.
Okay, so we go
Tall,
down, there's a big
striking
golem
woman beckons you
thing.
to enter. Madame Eva shows you the slave lord's secret entrance, a ladder leading down into a huge
love this, like,
humanoid
how do
figure
you get
stands
in
perfectly motionless in the gloom.
to this
One hand is raised, as if in warning.
this like secret area for the people running the city. You go to the local whorehouse, and wouldn't you know it, the big muckety mucks have their own personal private entrance to the back door, and they have a way to get there. Oh, that's a double reaper. We'll use an extra spell on that. You know what? Here. We'll do one of these. There we go. Fortunately, the fire doesn't hurt us, even though we fell in. And the question is, what am I going to do about the gelatinous cube? Nope. Even if you didn't already know that's a mimic, that is a highly suspicious setup. Incredibly suspicious. So the Entangle will slow them so that they spend more time in the thorns. Meanwhile, the champs just run through it. So this goes this way. That's already correct. This needs to get turned a bunch of times. There's also a roaming Minotaur in here, but I do not feel particularly threatened by him. no, he's gonna knock me down. He's gonna do it. Oh no. Anyway, where were we? Oh yes. We were setting mirrors to point the right direction. And fortunately, this one is pretty simple in that each mirror only really points to 2 other mirrors, which makes it very simple as to which way they need to point. What does it need to point at? Well, it needs to point at the only 2 other mirrors that it possibly can. Okay. Okay. This gets turned this way. And that should do it. We just need to... Alright, well, we'll grab a collectible, and then we'll go release the light. Off we go. Okay. Great success. Now, if you don't want to fight this gelatinous cube, you can simply do this, and he will fall in the hole. And then you can just do this. Actually, let's see. They appear to be immune to negative damage. I'm pretty sure they're immune to acid as well, so I'm not even going to try it. I mean, it's a gelatinous cube. If it's not immune to acid, like, something has gone wrong in the implementation. Now, the actual Coin Lords fight might be a bit tricky for me, because there's a lot of guys running around, there's not a lot of people standing still. I won't want to stand still because they do hit hard, and my main method of staying alive is by killing things to continually get temporary health. And since there aren't a whole bunch of ads for me to kill in this fight, that gets a little bit more difficult. But we will definitely shrine, just in case. And yeah. All the buffs up.
You found the council chamber of the slave lords at last, and the council is in session.
That's what I meant.
The slave lords instantly spring to the attack. These are clearly battle-hardened veterans, not pampered aristocrats. You cost our operation greatly,
down.
snarls the slave lord.
So there are some ads.
Pay every copper with your blood.
Alright, so we're going to need to outlast some guys. Oh wait. My bad. Oh, body blocked. Forgot about the fight mechanic.
The slave lord mutters a spell. Hellhounds appear, belching forth fire and brimstone.
Thank you for the hellhounds. I needed something to heal off of. That on. We're gonna put that on. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. We're gonna move away because I'm getting sneak attacked for a ton of damage. Alright. one caster down. And now you're shielding. So, excuse me. I was casting spells on him. I would appreciate it if you would actually let the spells cast. Thank you very much. Alright, that guy is down. Oh, improved trip. Okay. Oh, improved trip again? Are they gonna kill me this time? Alright, they got me lower health.
Destroyed the slave lords and dismantled their entire operation. People from
Success.
surrounding lands will no longer live in fear of being torn from their homes and enslaved. Now return to Dame Gold. Now that she's finally convinced of your good intentions, Dame Gold gives you the Codex page. Keep this safe, Wanderer, she warns. Great evil lies inside it.
And we're out. So, yeah. Running slave lords took approximately hour 20? Hour 10? So we went a little longer than I wanted. According to Twitch, I don't have anyone here, so I'm not gonna spend the time to find someone to raid. But if there is anyone here on Twitch, and of course, if there are people on YouTube, which I cannot really tell as easily if there are or not, thank you all for stopping by, hanging out, joining the stream. The next planned stream is on Tuesday, and we will probably be on DDO, but not guaranteed. So, with that, because we're not raiding out, we're just going to have to call it quits. Thank you again for stopping by.